Okay, are we ready? Oh, we got Ms. Kinsler out there. I need her to come on in. And our computer person is gone. So. Okay. Crystal, are you back? Oh, okay. We still need to do something first before we start? Okay, are we good? I'd like to start on time. Okay, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council meeting. Today is Tuesday, March the 6th, 2018, and it's approximately 1 minute after 6. And I'd like to open this meeting, call it to order. All council members are present, and we do have a quorum. And I've asked Councilor David Jordan to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Excuse me, Crystal. Yeah. Before we begin on the city manager's report, just a few housekeeping. If you have your cell phone, if you could please turn it off. We'd appreciate it, or put it on silent. And then just, again, many of you that are here tonight know about the local rule. But besides the citizens be heard, which we want to hear from you, we want to hear your concerns or your praise or whatever, you do have 5 minutes to communicate to the council at citizens be heard. But on any of the other agenda items, if you'd like to give any input on them, just raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Come to the podium and state your name and your city that you live in, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. So instead of repeating that throughout the agenda, I'll just say it once at the beginning. So thank you, and we're so glad you all are here. So we'll move to agenda item number 2, which is our city manager's report. Ms. Kinsler, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Hello, everybody. The city manager's report is on the website. It's also available out on the table so that you know what's going on by department throughout Leon Valley. We've also added an additional component to the city manager's report that I've got a couple of staff members that are helping me with. We have an economic development component to the report as well, and I believe that was suggested by Mayor Riley, so that's been done this time.
Okay.
Something new on there. But what I try to do on council days is anything that's happened between the time my report went out and council time, try to give a supplemental report just to make sure everybody's up to date. So this is the hard one. We'll start off with the bad news and then it'll get better. Okay. So the second year planned sewer rate increase will actually go into effect in March of this year. And that's from that study that we did with the slow rate increases with the water wells years ago and the sewer rates. Sewer averaging is being performed, and once this report has been finalized, then the rates are going to be implemented. And that will go out, notice is going to go out in the bills as well, as it always does from Public Works. So I wanted to give you a heads up on that.
And excuse me, Ms. Kinsler, what is that average rate increase?
Melinda told me she was going to be here for that one. There she is.
She's over there. Just so people, or I guess it'll have it on the card, 5%, 2%, 3%?
It depends on the averaging. Melinda, the question is, what is the approximate increase going to be, the second year planned increase for the sewer rate? But I don't know. I know it depends on averaging.
It depends on your sewer average. So if your sewer average is lower, you're going to have a lower number.
Sure.
But overall, we had done, I believe it was a 3% increase.
3%, okay. All right, just so we have a little bit more specifics. Thank you. If they have any questions, they can call Public Works.
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely. And the study has been published online as well.
All right, excellent. Thank you.
Want to remind everybody that our town hall report, you all have received it as a council, but it's also online for citizens. Dr. Romero has sent our 2018 town hall report, and I would encourage you to look for that online, as every citizen has the ability to review and view the same report that this council does. As you're aware, today is joint primary election day. The polls close this evening at 7 o'clock. Precincts number 2061 and 2143 both have Republican conventions here at City Hall tonight because this is their polling site. They'll be doing this in the courtroom. I have talked to Chief Salvaggio just right now, asking him if there was any way that we could have the convention right over here in this room so that we have security from the double doors this way. So they're going to work on that.
Okay.
But just so you know, we're not the only precinct. Every precinct in Bexar County has this convention going on this evening. I'm sure you've noticed or you've heard, if you've watched the news at all, that our On It team shut down the 3 massage parlors that existed in Leon Valley. They did this for health, safety, and fire code violations. And without the citizens passing the Home Rule Charter and without this council taking action, we would have been unable to address these public health and safety concerns. So I want to say thank you to the citizens and thank you to the council because the process worked. The curbside collection began on Monday. Some people are really happy with it. Others said they did not get this card. I had an email today saying nobody in the Monte Robles area, for instance, got it, but I just verified with Mr. Rainey, wherever he is, that in fact he got it. So I don't know what to say, except we use the same mailing company and the same address list that we've used in the past. Have though been getting many compliments on Tiger and how fast they are at the curbside cleanup. So we have been getting some positive news there. But the negative on this is that certain people are saying that they did not get this card. And so the people that claim they did not get this card, but still had items, I've been in contact with Tiger, and they've been happy to just go right back to the route and pick up their stuff anyway. So they've cooperated 100%. So I don't think anybody has missed it at all because Tiger's been willing to go back.
And Ms. Kinsler, are they finished picking up?
No, they're not
Okay.
finished.
I know they picked up in Forest Oaks really quick. So that was amazing. Usually we're the last ones. So.
And that's exactly what I'm hearing, is that sometimes it was taking like 4 to 6 weeks in years past, and they're going to be finished in a week or two.
Okay,
So
very good.
that's good news. Another thing, since my city manager's report, the city of Leon Valley, the public library, has been awarded the 2017 Texas Achievement in Library Excellence Award again. And so we will bring this in the form of a presentation before this council in the very near future. All but one red light camera is up and running. The warning period expired on February 20th, and that program is going very well so far. We are hoping, as we try to make sure this message is very consistent, that we change driver behavior along Bandera Road and make it safer for drivers, pedestrians, buses, and for everybody. Upcoming important events, the next city council meeting is March 20th at 6:00 p.m. The free yoga started at the library. It started on March the 4th, this last Sunday, and it runs through April the 29th, except they will not have it on April 1st on Easter. It's from 3 to 4:30 in the afternoon. Second annual Maker Space event at the library. There's going to be a lot of library stuff because of spring break. That's Monday, March 12th and Tuesday, March 13th from 2 to 5. Hiding in the Spotlight Play presentation at the library, Saturday, March 10th at 12:30. The Seniors Trash and Treasure Sale is coming up on March 31st from 9 to 2 at the Community Center. Library Volunteer Appreciation Event is at the library on Wednesday, April 18th from 5 to 7. May 5th is our upcoming general election. Volunteer Appreciation Dinner is at the Conference Center April 5th at 6 in the evening. Upcoming committee meetings, I actually missed a couple of these on your manager's report, so I want to make sure that we get all of these in tonight. The Library Board of Trustees meeting is March 13th at 5:30 at the library. Zoning Commission will meet March 27th at 6:30 right here in these chambers. The Board of Adjustment actually is meeting on March 15th at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and you've got on that agenda 2 sign variances and 1 carport variance. It's a rear setback issue. Pool committee meeting tomorrow at 6 p.m. and Rob Dow from Sela Aquatics will be here. I will meet with him prior to that meeting, and then I'll be at the pool meeting as well. The Park Commission meets March 8th at 7 p.m. at the Conference Center. And at this meeting, they'll actually begin the review of the park master plan, and they're expecting for this to be ready and to you by January of 2019. That concludes the supplemental city manager's report, and with that, I'd stand for questions.
All righty, thank you very much. Are there any questions for our city manager concerning the city manager's report? I just had, I actually had two comments. Number one, I noted on your report that the Hebner water well is almost finished. Is that correct? Could we just get a breakdown of the total cost and updated of what we spent out of the $2 million that we borrowed for the two wells? I'd appreciate that. Thank you. And then also, we were going to, Ms. Hedden was going to look at the water rates. Is she still doing that? And will she be coming back to council in the near future?
Yes, Mayor, Council, Melinda Moritz, David Dimmeline, and I met with her 2 weeks ago, I believe, and she is going to come back to council now that we've got some data for her, and see if she wants to, or she's able to tweak any of the recommendations and give you all a couple of alternatives and options. She does not have those ready, but she said she would in the near future. I've not heard anything since that meeting. Have you, Melinda?
Yes, she emailed me, I believe it was yesterday, and asked me for another laundry list of items that she needs to compare rates.
Okay,
And so
very good.
we're in the process of sending her all the items she
And
requested.
this is just water, not sewer, correct?
Correct.
Just
Correct.
water. Okay.
That's correct.
All right, just want to clarify that. Thank you. Really appreciate it. All right, moving then to agenda item number 3, citizens to be heard. Is there any citizen or visitor that would like to address the council? Please come forward to the podium and state your name and your city that you live in, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak. Yes, Ms. Chasen, good evening and welcome. I'm glad that you're here this evening.
Mayor.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Tina Chasen. I live in Leon Valley and Forest Oaks. I would like to make note in this report for this council meeting that we have lost a very valuable employee by the name of Andy Garza. Okay? He's our animal control. And I know he's going on to bigger and better things. I would like to ensure that we're not without somebody that is just as competent and forward-thinking as Andy has been for us for the past 2 years, and that we're not left without an animal control officer. I also would like to address the council to please rescind the fact that an ACO officer be mixed in with code compliance. There's enough for one full-time ACO, and then you can have the assistant be with code compliance. And that's all. Thank you.
And we'll so note that. Thank you so much. Anyone else like to address? Yes. Mr. Riddle, good evening and welcome. So glad you're here.
I thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate y'all's service also. What I had is today while I was walking, I ran across one of my neighbors that lives on Red Jacket.
Mm-hmm.
And she was talking about all the leaves that are, here we go, going up and down the street there, and was wondering if when the street sweepers come, could that be put out in the e-news? And it may be, and I just haven't seen it, but could it be put out in the e-news or the Lions Roar so people would know to get their cars off the street?
Okay. Interesting. Today, this morning, the street sweeper was on Forest Way when I was leaving for some, I did not know, but he was, sweeping the street. So, Ms. Moritz, do we have a schedule for street sweepers? I thought we did. And
Yes, ma'am, they come quarterly, and so
Okay.
what we can definitely do is put out the yearly schedule for everyone.
okay. We'll so note that. That's a great suggestion.
Okay. And then she had one other concern about the drainage on Red Jacket. I don't know if you're aware of it, but it's Red Jacket's like a U-shaped street. Ruth Sophie runs into it, and then it goes around Red Jacket, and then comes back up Handsome Lake, I think. Anyway, she was concerned about when it rains, and we'll keep our fingers crossed that will happen one day, about the runoff coming down their street, because it's all heading for there's an access into the wildlife area down at the end of Red Jacket, and it doesn't seem to be any provisions made about getting the water off the street prior to it hitting that. And that may be in the plan somewhere, but she said that causes a great deal of trouble because the water tends, on their houses, it'll accumulate up and then get up into their sidewalks and up into their lawns.
Okay.
I'm hoping it rains like that one of these days.
All right. Okay, very good. So I'll ask Ms. Kinsler to note the area of Red Jacket and Handsome Lake and the drainage down into the natural area. I know exactly where that is.
Okay.
I'm not sure when we're going to address it or what the
Thank
status
you, Mayor,
of
and I'm
that
going to
is.
punt that right over there to that lady,
Okay.
Ms. Moritz.
Ms. Moritz, do you know if it's on a timeline at all to be looked at? I think that's what Mr.
She's
Philip
so much
Riddle
more
is.
competent than I in the
Okay.
drainage, the flooding.
No, we do not have any plans right now to correct any of that drainage in that area. We
Okay.
did do the master drainage studies,
Okay.
but this was not one of the areas that was actually mentioned in one of those studies. So we can definitely plan on putting it in for the budget for next fiscal year.
Okay, very good. All
Thank
right.
you very much.
Thank you.
That's all I had.
And thank you for bringing it to our attention. That's why we have citizens to be heard. All right. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one else, then we'll move to announcements by the mayor and council. Councilor Edwards, I usually always go to my left. Maybe I should go over to my right today. Why don't we do that, just for something different?
All right.
Councilor Ely, do you have any announcements? Let's shake it up.
All righty.
Okay, and good evening.
Everyone bear with me. I have a hoarse throat from this weekend.
Okay.
We had a wonderful Earth Whites Living Day. Beautiful day. Wonderful people showed up. Very happy that they did. We had a lot of great speakers and vendors and interesting educational booths, a lot of fun activities for kids and families alike. And we look forward to a bigger, better one next year. We also are going to have our raw vegan vegetarian meeting next Saturday on the 17th. Y'all come on out. We encourage everybody who doesn't have to be raw vegan or vegetarian, but wants to get in better health, want to learn a little bit better quality of life, and possibly even help yourself get a little bit, on the path to wellness. Come on out. It's a big potluck, so everybody's invited to come on out and enjoy, socialize, and learn. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you for coming.
Councilor Jordan.
Yes, ma'am. Thank everyone for coming out to stop by the Earthwise Living, but I also stopped by the Los Leonos over at Marshall High School. A lot of talented young people, beautiful pictures and photos and origami figures and so forth. It was a great event. So this weekend was a really active community in Leon Valley, and I enjoyed the time. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Councilor Martinez.
Well, the mayor asked me to step in for her at the Los Leones, which I did, and it was a very successful event. I couldn't believe it how big that event is, and I really was surprised at the quality of some of the artwork. Those kids are really talented, and let's hope they can continue. You never know, we might have a Michelangelo in the future. But then it doesn't look like the bridge work on Evers hampered Earthwise Living very much, because that was a full venue, and I was really surprised. And the that committee, the Earthwise Living, really needs to be commended for putting on a fantastic show.
Thank you. Councillor Alcacer.
I second that to the committee and to all the volunteers that were there that day to help. Tiger was out in force, and I learned some additional things that we've been wanting to have done to be able to recycle. One is for everybody who shreds, which I've done religiously for many years, they will take the shredding. Just dump it in your can, and nobody has ever done that before. Do not put it in a plastic bag. Dump it right from, if you have it going in a bag or a wastebasket, dump it right into there without any container with everything else. They also take straws. Okay. They take the lids of any of the drinks. And so anytime you have a question, I was just amazed. They took every bit of recycle, like the everything but peanuts. The Arab things that you get with mail, they just ask that you puncture it and put that in a plastic bag, tie it up, just like you would a bunch of plastic bags. Even the hard airbags they take, but they want you again to puncture it and then put it in a plastic bag and tie it tight. So that was very pleasant news. I'm going to have a few more things I'm going to ask them about that I forgot. And then I went to the yoga also, my first ever yoga class, and there was every age from 19 to who knows what. But many people also had to be turned away because it was, there were so many wanting to get in. So I'm hoping maybe they'll do 2 classes or something like that to allow all the extra people. Anyway, it was a very fun experience. I was a little bit sore because it goes for an hour and a half, and she didn't stop. Though she did give us a lavender washcloth, peppermint washcloth at the end. So come out there, and it's first come, first served. So if you're there on early, you get in. And otherwise, please listen to one another and be kind to one another. Thank you for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Councillor Edwards.
Everyone has said sort of what I had in mind, that Earthwise was great again, and thanks to all of the choirs from the different schools. They were all really great, and there were a lot of really interesting booths and businesses in attendance, and Tiger was there in force, so that was great. And the time is ticking down, but it seems like from what I've heard, that a lot of people have gotten out and voted today, so that's great also. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So yes, ditto everyone's comments about Earthwise. And, I was thinking Marshall, Los Leones was the art of the district, but we had the singing of the district with our choir members from elementary, middle school, and high school. So it was a great day, and thank you all for all of your participation. And so next year will be the 30th. That's a big milestone. So let's see if we can get there and at least get to 30. So thank you. All right, moving then to the consent agenda, item number 5. Is there anyone on the council that would like to remove consent agenda item 1 or 2 for discussion? And if not, then may I have a motion to approve?
I move that they be approved as presented, items 5, 1, and 2.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councillor Alcacer and a second by Councillor Martinez to approve consent agenda item 5.1 and 5.2. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Then moving to agenda item 6, which is ordinance. And for those of you that may not have been here, because we're a home rule city, we have to have 2 readings on ordinances. And the way we've been organizing these is under ordinances. These are the ordinances that we presented at the last meeting on February 20th. And so at this meeting, this is the second reading. We will go ahead and, if we have further discussion, we'll have further discussion, but if not, we'll go ahead and approve agenda items 6, 1, 2, 3, and 4 individually. So, and number 5. So with that said, I will ask our city secretary, Sandra Pasale, to please read ordinance number 6.1.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley City Council granting a specific use permit number 2017-281 to Crystal Covina of the San Antonio Aquarium, LLC, for the operation of an entertainment outdoor facility in a B3 commercial industrial overlaid zoning district, generally located at 6320 Bandera Road, being 5.6 acres, known as CB 4429H, Lincoln Mercury subdivision, Block 1, Lot 6, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. So we have some additional information to present this evening. And Ms. Kinsler, are we going to, I see that Mr. Todd Morgan is here for the compliance. Do we need to go over the Rule 11 first, or just the compliance? How do y'all want to do that?
Mayor, Council, I think we can go over the compliance.
Okay, very good. Mr. Morgan, good evening and welcome.
Mayor, Council, Ms. Kinsler, thank you for having me.
Okay.
Brief overview real quick. This is the compliance plan that we've been working with the Covinos based off of our Rule 11 agreement.
Okay.
Can we back up one slide real quick if you don't mind? Okay. All right. A couple things, objectives and long-term goals. Number one is always public safety and public health. We want to make sure that that's our number one compliance. Followed shortly behind, we want to make sure ensure compliance with all the ordinance, statutes, and codes of the state and the city. We want to make sure that we also foster healthy business opportunities and economic growth. We don't want to close business down, but we need to make sure they do follow the laws and do the things they're supposed to do by law. And then we want to continue to facilitate open lines of communication. In the past, we'd had problems with that. People would stop responding to emails or stop responding to phone calls. So we want to make sure that stays in place. To do that, per the Rule 11 agreement, Ms. Covino made it. Perfect. We actually sat down with the Rule 11 with all the inspection reports that have been compiled and basically prioritized what needed to happen. We set out a long-term timeline based off a 30, 60, 90, 180, and 270-day plan to ensure compliance that we both agreed upon. Some of the past issues we've had, initially back in roughly 2014, and we started doing our inspections, we had some fire code issues where they had been told to change certain things. They would change it, then they would go back after we left and reverted back to what they had done before. So we need to make sure we monitor that and make sure it's there. We've had, I believe, 11 inspections over the last 3 years. Each one is notified. They've been notified multiple times of different violations. I believe 7 or 8 citations have been issued to get them to come into compliance. Like I said, when they come into compliance, they then tend to revert back to the previous behaviors. One of the things we've noticed is a lack of permitting and construction issues. So when they come and build something, they don't come in for electrical permits, plumbing permits, and that's now caused additional issues. So we want to make sure through good communication that anytime something happens, the city knows all the appropriate venues are contacted and we're able to move forward in an appropriate fashion. So current status right now, we conducted a full inspection on September 27th of 2017. At that point, we had already worked with the tenant. The tenant had been non-compliant on multiple attempts. So at that point, as in any other compliance issue, we moved that beyond to the property owner, which was Bandera Road LLQ. Bandera Road LLQ then notified the tenant. They came in and we've been working with them since. So Ms. Covino and I met roughly 2 weeks ago. We had all the paperwork laid out for about an hour and a half and just went line by line. There's roughly 25 items that we're working through. Some of them are very small, from move this sign here, paint this curb here, to large landscaping projects, which are very physically intensive and physically intensive. So we want to make sure that everyone's on the same page and it's done according to code. One of the things we did agree upon, that any material change, if they did anything outside of what we have agreed to, will be agreed by both parties prior to in writing. So if they decide that they want to enclose a certain space or they want to remove something, both parties are aware of this. We also had the Rule 11 agreement. Ms. Frederick did confirm that it has been executed by both parties. Next step forward. A matter of fact, I met with Marcus and Chris earlier today and told them I'd be swinging by next week. Basically, just keep up where they are. They've already started working on the timeline, even though we hadn't agreed upon it. They knew there were things that needed to be done and started getting it done and doing the right things. We'll make sure that the appropriate inspectors are contacted when the appropriate inspections are done. One of the things we tried to do was bunch certain types of inspections, so all the building inspections were done at the same time, so that we weren't taking staff resources continually over and over for the same processes. We've also been working with community development to make sure the appropriate permits and plan review has been done for anything that does happen, so that they do meet the code standard. And then, like I said, anything that's material change, come to you and bring it so the council can be informed of what is going on. So, like I said, our main goal here is to work with the business to make sure that they come into compliance and that everyone's informed as to what's going on. We want to make sure that people are safe and that the welfare of the general public and everyone that's there is our paramount priority. We also want to make sure that the business is able to operate and continue to earn revenue and get its name out there and have a good rapport. From our perspective, from code enforcement and from the city, we want to make sure that we monitor and report as appropriate to the council if there's any issues that have changed. I'll now take any questions.
Okay, very good. All right, so we'll open it up for questions. Mr. Morgan, is it Exhibit B with 21 items? Is that what we're focusing on tonight?
So there's actually several different inspection reports. That is one of them. That's actually the building inspection.
Okay, so...
So the fire marshal's office has already deemed that he's come into compliance with everything but
Okay.
one aspect. Right now, we're working on some of the other items before we have the fire marshal do that final item. We have to have some things moved before we can do the final fire lane. The fire marshal's worked with that aspect of it. But right now, the health code has been brought up to, the health inspector has done his. It's mainly zoning and building inspections that need to be completed.
Okay, and then I see at the back you've got a timeline.
Yes, ma'am.
A 30-day, a 90-day, 680 and 270-day completion target. I guess, and I really appreciate you working with the owners. And the communication is key, but I'm wondering if before the 30-day, before the 90-day, before the 180 and 270, we might need to diary it for a week or 2 weeks before to check in with them to see how they're doing. Is that what you're?
I'll be over on an almost
Are
weekly
you?
basis.
Okay,
just
because
to review
I don't want this.
Correct.
I want to set them up for success.
Correct. And one of the things that we want to make sure, for example, the landscaping plan.
Right.
That is a very large, intensive project.
It is.
So if you'll notice, I believe it's at the 60-day mark, we actually come in and sit with the city engineer, with Ms. Moritz, and the appropriate people to make sure that it's all done, because we don't want to have to go back out there and have things removed or ripped up. We also don't want that to interfere with fire lanes and modes of egress. So the objective is to make sure that, and Ms. Covino and I have emailed, and I speak to Marcus and Chris almost weekly, they're the general manager of the facility, to make sure we're on track to meet our goals. If for some reason we have a monsoon and it takes 45 days instead of 30,
Right.
we're going
Okay,
to
so
work
there's
with
some
them on that.
flexibility.
Yes,
That's what
ma'am.
I was thinking.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
what if they had on 30 days, they had everything done but one thing?
Correct, and this is not punitive, this is to bring
Okay.
to compliance. We're not going to issue citations. Now, if they just, and stop communicating, then that will force us to go back and we'll look at the Rule 11 and look at enforcement actions. I do not anticipate that happening. We'll maintain a good working rapport to, you guys have taken care of, what, 4 or 5 already off the list, and we haven't even, it hasn't even been presented yet.
Right.
So,
Okay, well, I just know I went by Sunday, and I mean, there was no parking spaces. I mean, you just had a full house on Sunday afternoon, so beautiful day, and people were at the aquarium. So we want to make sure that this is a win-win for both of us, and so I appreciate both parties working together. Thank you. Any questions, any other specific questions for Mr. Morgan on the Rule 11 or the compliance? Yes, Councilor
What
Martinez.
triggered the landscaping improvements?
so the landscaping improvements were always required. They were never forced to come into compliance when their initial documents.
They were given a certificate of occupancy back in 2015.
Correct?
Okay, they met the requirements at that time.
No, sir.
They were given the certificate of occupancy. That should have been the hard start date, and anything that was previous should be grandfathered. That's the only part that I have an issue with is
Mayor and
grandfathering.
Just because a part of our code is not enforced does not waive our right to enforce the code at any time. There's nothing in the code that says that anything is grandfathered in. That would have to be in the code, and City Council would have to approve that type of legislation.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Okay.
You know, if we give a certificate of occupancy to a business for for their plan and the way things are at that point, that should draw a line in the sand. And moving forward, now if they were to do a major reconstruction, then I could see where code would force them to bring everything up to current code. But what's presently there there should be a line drawn in the sand, and they should be grandfathered. And you know, we shouldn't have this draconian type of measures. We should be flexible and say, hey, okay, you agreed. Maybe the city, the way that it was done back in 2015 or 2014 when they got their certificate of occupancy was done wrong. Everybody agrees that it was done wrong. But there should be a brick wall. And then moving forward, let's move forward from that date.
Mayor and Council Martinez, we have a right to enforce the code because it's the law. And we have to abide by the law. We have to enforce the law. Just because the law wasn't enforced in the past, they were issued a certificate of occupancy or in violation of the code in error, and they did not apply, or they were not issued an SUP for the outdoor entertainment, and that's what we're here for today, is the outdoor entertainment, the SUP for that. And so in doing so, they have to come into compliance with the code, and the code states that they have to have landscaping. I can't change the code at this point, and we have to follow the law.
Okay, we're not a HOA.
I'd like to have
we're
somebody
not
else talk, please.
Okay.
Is there something else?
Oh, we're
Okay.
having dialogue, that's why.
Right, exactly. So let me ask Mr. Jordan, and then we'll, let everyone else speak, and then we'll come back. But, I appreciate your concern.
Yes,
Councilor
ma'am.
Jordan.
Madam Mayor, and
Yes.
the code also says if the city issues that certificate of occupancy in error, that we can rescind that certificate. And that's anytime that we identify that we have done it in error, we should do so. And also, if it's against the law, we need to ensure that we enforce the law. It has nothing to do with the city being business friendly. It has everything to do with the city going by the rules and regulations that we have put on the books. Now, it's also incumbent on us to make the right decisions from day number one, yes. However, when it's identified, we don't have the right or the authority just to look the other way when we know there's a violation of the law, because from that day forward, we are held responsible as a city to whatever might happen at that location. So that's why we try to attract and retain the most competent people, and we also enforce or try to encourage professional development to make sure that we make the right decisions. But this plan that's been brought forth by Mr. Todd and this business, I think, is the right plan. Communication is the key, and we're moving forward with a timeline that ensures that everybody is in compliance. They can stay open and do business, and that we can ensure that everybody is above board. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Councilor Alcacer.
And I would like to add that it's very significant that the Officer Morgan and the rest of the team have been working on this for some time. It's not just a brand new thing. And even more significant is Ms. Scovino came in after the worst was over, and she has made a major difference in what brings us here today. And what brings us here today is settling a lawsuit that has been pending over maybe some of the issues that were Mr. Martinez is being brought up. But when you have a settlement of the lawsuit, the parties have all signed, then this is not an issue that should be brought up at this type of meeting. And I think that it's a little bit unfair to be accusing the staff of things that just aren't happening. We have the cooperation of all the parties. Let's go forward and hope for the best and make a positive communication from this point forward.
Okay. Dr. Edwards?
Well, I can see that point. The thing I think that I'm concerned about is, we should focus on life and safety issues, and things like landscaping. I think we should be open to working with the with the businesses that we want to retain in our community, and hopefully that's the focus of this action.
Health, safety, and welfare. Did you have anything else to add, Councilor Ely?
I was going to restate the same thing Dr. Edwards just did. This is a family-run business for families. If we ever had anything go wrong there, we'd be liable as a city. We do need to make sure and enforce all code. Whether they have been enforced in the past or not is mute. Right now is that we're getting the job done. That's what's important. And that we maintain it, or that they maintain it and we help them maintain it. As Dr. Edwards stated, landscaping is frivolous in a way, but necessary. It was part of the original contract. It was a part of our code. And yes, we do need to enforce it, but health and safety first, landscaping as it comes. When it's finally done, great, it's done. It's going to exemplify what we are, Tree City USA, and keep us all happy and everyone compliant. So let's move forward.
Okay,
I
very
have
good.
something to add.
Yes.
Mayor, Council, I don't think that anybody from the aquarium or the staff would disagree that health and safety are first, and they've been an issue for the last 3 years. And I, for one, and I know the staff as well, is extremely appreciative of the cooperation that we're now seeing from Ms. Covino and the aquarium. So I want to compliment them on that and thank them very much, because it's been a long process. With that said, if you don't think that the place needs to be landscaped, you need to change the code, because your code requires landscaping. But it has been put on the back burner because the health and safety issues have been at the top. As Dr. Edwards said, that's most important to us right now. But since we're doing a Rule 11 agreement and we're doing a comprehensive package, that's part of the package. And that's why we're willing to work with them and give them time. And that is definitely not at the forefront. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Todd.
Ms. Covino has been great to work with. We had some issues with the previous owner and the previous representatives, but she's been responsive to everything we've done. And I look forward to working with her to bring this to a resolution and for a long relationship between the City of Leon Valley and the San Antonio Aquarium.
Right. And I just noted that on your timeline, the landscaping is at the very bottom. It's 270 days. So I think the point is made. The health and safety issues are at the front, and the landscaping, which is important, is at the back end. So thank you for working with us on that. Do appreciate it. Mr. Martinez, did you say you wanted to add it?
I just want to thank Ms. Covino for willing to work with the city on this, but it's just my feeling that, if the city does something and agrees to allow a business to open with the existing landscaping, and that should be a hard, fast brick wall. Let's move forward from that point forward, unless there's a major, if I believe it's a 50% change or restructure, then it can cause that to be forced to be upgraded. But if everything is the same, it shouldn't be an issue. And I'm just thinking we shouldn't go after businesses that are operating. To me, the aquarium should be a gold mine for our city. That's a destination. It's something that we really need to be proud of and encourage them in any way possible. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for those comments. Now, are there any citizens or residents in the audience or in our chambers that would like to address this issue? Please come forward. I see Ms. Baldridge coming, Irene Baldridge in Leon Valley coming to the forefront. Good evening and welcome. Sure.
And I'm wondering if it's going to change the ingress and egress, the thistle.
That side gate.
That side gate.
We talked about that last time. Didn't we say that was going to be closed, Mr. Morgan?
That was originally closed, and I'm wondering if that's changing.
Correct. That will not change. That is not a fire exit, nor is that fire access.
Right.
Wonderful.
So there'll be no ingress, egress at that point. Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Okay. With that said, this is a second reading, and so do we have a motion to be presented this evening?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a motion. I did want to add that at the Earthwise, there were some representatives from the aquarium, and they were the most patient that I've ever seen people working with animals, working with the children, and we're getting children that were absolutely afraid of like the
snake, the turtle,
gecko, and the things like that. To touch them and show them that it wasn't something to be feared. So this is something that we hope will continue. And with that, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we grant specific use permit number 2017-281 to Crystal Covino of the San Antonio Aquarium, LLC, for the operation of an entertainment outdoor facility in a B3 commercial industrial overlay zoning district, conditioned upon the execution of the Rule 11 agreement described in Exhibit A and compliance with code enforcement timeline described in Exhibit B imposed by the City Council, and authorize the city manager to administer and enforce compliance with the Rule 11 agreement and all other conditions required in the specific uses permit.
Second.
Right. We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Edwards to grant the ordinance specific use permit 2017-281 to Crystal Covina of the San Antonio Aquarium as presented by Councilor Alcacer. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you, and again, we look forward to continued cooperation with the San Antonio Aquarium. Thank you all for being here this evening. All right, moving then to agenda item 6.2. Ms. Pasolay, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Leon Valley City Council authorizing the acceptance of Southwest Texas Regional Advisory Council, STRAC, grant award in the amount of $4,223.00 to purchase advanced cardiovascular life support and pediatric advanced life support training for paramedics, authorizing a general fund budget adjustment increase in the amount of $4,223.00, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Chief Valdez, he's right out there. Do you have anything to add on agenda item number 6.2 as presented from the meeting? Okay. Any questions for Chief on this particular agenda item? If not, may I have a motion?
Motion that we approve it as read.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Jordan to accept the Southwest Regional Advisory Council Trauma Grant Award and adjust the budget as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Congratulations again, Chief Valdez, on that grant award. Moving then to agenda item 6.3, discussion and possible action on a second reading of an excuse me. Excuse me. See, I go into my full speed ahead mayor mode, and we're in a different mode, different realm. Counselor, I've already, City Secretary Pasolay, if you'll read the ordinance, please.
Is that a promotion or a demotion?
I think I did that once before. Okay, excuse me, I'm sorry.
An ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Fee Schedule, Section A2.003, Municipal Park Administrative Fees, subsection 1A through 1F, to increase park facility user fees, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Mortz on this? We are raising the fees for various activities at the park, from renting the pavilions to the baseball fields and stuff like that. So, and again, a distinction between resident and non-resident, as I recall. So there's no further discussion or questions?
I move that we approve it as presented.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Ely to approve the ordinance amending the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances regarding the municipal park administration fees. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read ordinance 6.4, please.
An ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment of the fiscal year 2017-2018 general fund budget of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, in the amount of $29,600 to provide funding for the engineered plans and specifications for the grading of the Leon Valley Hike and Bike Trail project, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. Any questions or discussion, further discussion on this agenda item?
I make a motion that we approve it as read.
All right.
A second.
We have a motion by Councilor Martinez, and we have a second by Councilor Alcacer to approve ordinance number 6.4 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to agenda item 6.5. Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment to decrease the fiscal year 2017-2018 general fund budget of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, in the amount of $18,000 to provide additional funding for the city park benches made from the tree repurposing project.
All right. Any questions, comments on agenda item number 6.5? If not, may I have a motion, please?
I so move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Ely and a second by Councilor Edward to approve agenda item 6.5 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then moving then to a regular agenda item number 7, 1 through 6, for those of you in the chambers, these are all of our first readings of these new ordinances, and we will actually get a presentation. If you have any questions after the presentation and the counselor questions, please let me know. So agenda item 7.1, Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance amending the City of Leon Valley's Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, Offenses and Nuisances, to add Article 8.12, City Park and Recreational Area Safety Zone, providing for a penalty, repealer, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And we have Chief Joe Salvaggio here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
You bet.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Good evening, Ms. Manager. We'll go right into this. It's kind of lengthy. It's a new ordinance we're requesting that will allow us to regulate locations that some of the sex offenders that live in Leon Valley can actually go to. You might say, well, that's already been done through their court system, but we have found over the last year that some of those things had been changed in the way the court is doing it. So a lot of cities have now had to put their own ordinances in place that they can utilize to enforce. So next slide, please. I'll go into this. We basically want to add the language so that we can keep them from certain areas and certain distances away from city parks and the recreational areas in Leon Valley. That's where we seem to have some of our problems in the past. Set the requirements for them to have to register if they're temporary living in Leon Valley. With some of our extended stay hotels, that's a problem. And then the distance away that a new sex offender from here on out that comes in to register, it sets some regulations for them on where they can actually live, and then set the penalty for that ordinance. That's our purpose today. So home rule now allows us to set our own ordinances. If you're wondering why, in the crowd especially, why we're just not getting to this, it's because we didn't have the ability in the past to do that. So now that we do, and thank you very much for that, there's no previous ordinance in place for the state of Texas, nor for Leon Valley. And San Antonio does have ordinances in place, the same type of ordinance, which, like we saw with some of our massage parlors and other things, have driven them into the suburbs and causing some of our problems. Probation and parole can stipulate certain conditions. They're similar to ours, but doesn't always include it. It depends on the judge and what they want to give as part of those stipulations. They do, again, routinely take up the temporary residents at our extended stay hotels. We have 2 of those, plus the third that pretty much acts as one. So all 3 of ours can be problematic, and we do know we do have sex offenders living inside of them. This becomes especially problematic during certain holidays like keeping them away during Easter time at the park or Halloween when the candy being given out. Several of ours do not have a prohibition of giving candy out to kids on Halloween. This would keep them from being able to do some of those things. So the definition, the main definition we want to change is city parks and recreational area safety zone. It's any land, including the improvements that will come after this, which is administered, operated, or managed by the city for the use of the general public. And it's pretty much anything that's our recreational areas. So your parks, your trails, the nature area, conservation area, the jogging trails, hiking trails, bike trails, the river designated for canoeing or kayaking, which we don't have, but if we ever put it in here. Recreational centers, water parks, swimming pools, libraries, community centers, conference centers, the soccer fields, and baseball fields. So some of those things we don't administer, but we would be able to regulate them if we added some of this language to it. Next slide. These are the specifically named ones. So Raymond Rimkus, the nature area, the Silo Park, Old Mill Park, hiking and bike trail, the library, both pools, the city library, the conference center and community center, the baseball park, and the soccer fields, and then any park or recreation areas we add in the future would be part of this ordinance. Next slide, please. So part of what we have to do is basically say what is a permanent resident and what is a temporary resident. So basically, those that are not grandfathered already, and we have 8 living in the community right now, last time I looked, will not be able to set up a permanent or temporary residence within 1,000 feet of the safety zone. So permanent residence means that they're going to 7 or more consecutive days, and that's if they're not grandfathered already. Temporary residence is a little bit tricky when you read it because we understand how they kind of bounce around intentionally to fly under the radar. And so it's a place where a person abides, lodges, or resides for a period of less than those 7 days or total days during any calendar year in which is not the person's permanent address, or a place where the person routinely abides, lodges, or resides for a period of 4 or more consecutive or non-consecutive days in any month in which is not the person's permanent address. So if they come in here and stay in Leon Valley for 2 days, come back 2 days, that's the 4 days. This one's consecutive or non-consecutive, then that's their temporary residence. And this becomes part of what they're going to have to register for or stay away from. So it is an offense for a sex offender to enter a city park and recreational area safety zone. So that's within 500 feet of those locations. They cannot loiter or hang out in those areas basically within those 500 feet. It doesn't matter what they were doing in there, and there's no culpable mental state that's required, meaning that they intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, or anything like that. They just cannot go into that area within 500 feet of those things that we have designated as off limits. And it's for any person who's been the subject to Chapter 62 of the Code of Criminal Procedures, who on at least 3 occasions during any month spends more than 48 consecutive hours in Leon Valley, is not registered in our city. Before the last day of the month, they have to report it to the city that they were here, and whether they intend to come back and where they're going to be. So that takes away the 2 days jumping around, all those things. So they're going to have to report to us if they want to come back and stay in Leon Valley for any length of time again after that. And right now we have no way of knowing if they stay in the long stay hotels. We have no way of knowing at this point. Next slide, please. So it's just a Class C misdemeanor. And can be fined up to $500 for each day that they were in violation. So each and every day that's a violation, we can give them another citation, or we can eventually arrest them if we want to bring them down here in front of the judge. Next slide. Maybe a positive impact on fines for violations. We believe that as the citizens realize that we have these ordinances, that they're going to want to come live here and operate here because they know we're becoming a more safe city than what we have been in the past, and so we think this could have a good positive fiscal impact, but we're not looking at that from the fines or the violations or anything like that. Next slide. So gives our officers some tools. Right now we don't have any. We've had probably 3 since I've been here, incidents where we've had people being either photographed or hanging out watching the little girls dance in the past at the library. So it's not that it's not happened in Leon Valley. It has happened in Leon Valley. We just didn't have an ordinance to do anything besides document it and say you need to leave. We will have that ability now. Keeping them out of the recreational areas should have a positive impact on the business and residents who live here and plan to spend their money in our community. And they hopefully will keep those sexual predators out of our city parks and the recreational area, which, if you've gone to San Antonio, you know is a huge problem in the parks, which should hopefully entice citizens to take advantage of our environmental area and the great things we have to offer here. Next slide, please. So this helps support the goal number 2, safety and security, is removal of those individuals or keeping them into certain areas where we know they're not in violation will help us provide security and better security for the citizens of Leon Valley. Next slide. So the Citizen Police Advisory Committee looked at this, and they support this idea as well, and as does the city manager and myself, of adding this ordinance at the next council meeting. Right now, we're looking for y'all's input and any direction that you might have today. Okay. Stand for questions.
Very good, thank you. So we have 8 registered sex offenders, and that's required by law. They have,
correct.
When they go through the courts, then they register, and they have to give an address, and it's in here in Leon Valley?
Yes, ma'am.
So then how do you monitor them? Do they have those bracelets on them?
They don't have any bracelets or anything like that. They have to report when they get here, and if they move, they have to report.
Okay.
In between, we will go visit. We will make sure that they're in compliance with their registration requirements, and make sure that there's no issues with them. Our problem is not so much the ones in the home that live in the houses. They're pretty, we got one that overlooks one of the parks, and that person's going to be grandfathered, but we've had no issues with the ones that live here. It's the problem is the ones that are in these hotels, which one hotel, because it sits within the nature area, it's going to be completely off limits to sex offenders. And so we'll have to work with the management to explain to them if they're renting to sex offenders, they're going to have to find out ahead of time because they can be jailed for it. And so the other one is probably far enough away from it that it won't be as within the zone. But we definitely want to work with them to make sure they understand that if these people are here more than the temporary resident portion, that they need to tell them they need to come report. So we will definitely be working with them as well.
Okay. I guess I was just, when I was reading your packet, I was like, okay, I go to the park 3 or 4 times a week. So how am I going to know that this person's a sex offender? You know, I just don't.
Well, the ones that.
No, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just haven't seen it in our park, but of course I'm not a police officer, but I was just wanting to know how in the world. And I was thinking the bracelet, that's why I asked you about that, the monitoring that way, but no?
No.
Okay, so I guess if you see someone that you suspect, then you would call the 911. Is that right?
Like on the 8 that we are here, we're very familiar with them.
I'm sorry?
The 8 that are here that are documented, very familiar with them, no issues. The problem is with the temporary ones, we're not going to know until we get a call that they're doing something wrong. When we get that call and we start talking to them and start dealing with them, that's when we're going to know, wait a minute, you're within the zone, you're not supposed to be here.
So this gives you some parameters to work with them now?
Yes, ma'am.
If we pass it. Okay.
And to keep them out in the future.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that clarification. All right, anyone else? Yes,
Yeah.
Councilor Ely.
I did have a question, Chief. I was wondering, for people that might be in the area who really want to, say, become real citizens, legal citizens, and are looking for jobs, do you have to notify businesses ahead of time within those parameters to let them know that there will be offenses against them? Should they hire these people?
There won't be offenses against the businesses for hiring somebody. It's an individual responsibility. We will tell the ones that come in Leon Valley that that are registered here. We'll let them know about it, so they'll understand what they can and can't do. And then there's little groups like almost support groups that they'll probably pass to the other individuals to let them know about Leon Valley and that you can't stay in our hotels and so on and so forth. So, but the businesses aren't going to be held accountable or anything like that.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
My question is, with this whole ordinance, is this just a feel-good type ordinance. You know, a sex offender, you know, let's say something happened in the past. He got marked as a sex offender. He's lived the last 10 years, no problem, and he comes to our city and uses our parks. How is anybody going to know unless he does something that he's a sex offender?
That's the point. When he does something, then we're going to know.
When he does something, then it's after the fact.
Right.
But is this just a feel-good type of ordinance?
I don't believe in feel-good ordinances, sir. I believe that we'll enforce the law as we write it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think that's a good answer. Yes, Councilor Jordan.
I think ultimately the responsibility, number one, is on the offender to report to the city in accordance to the rules of his or her release from prison, number one. Number two, I don't see anything wrong with the ordinance. I think it's a good preventative step for the people to know that we are alert and we're watching them, and they will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. It's not profiling, it's not seeking people out, but they need to understand the parameters of what, of how we're operating and the rules in the city. It's just like any other law. I think it's a good preventative step for Leon Valley to have on the books for the safety and security of everyone, regardless of their past. It has nothing to do with us, but the future and the enforcement of the law is our responsibility.
Okay. Thank you for those comments. Anyone else on this side? Can you just give me the list of all of the places again? I was just thinking, there's not going to be very many places that any sex offenders can even live. When I think about the 1,000 feet, right, from each one of this, I mean, it just kind of came to me when I thought about that area. So we have a lot of green space and a lot of, facilities that will prohibit people from permanently living there, right?
I'd say most, well, not Leon Trace, but most of your other apartment complexes, they probably can live in.
They probably could. Okay.
Right. And then if you look at, Old Mill Park's up there, but.
Yeah. And the silo.
Yeah.
So okay.
There are some areas,
there
homes
are
and
some
stuff.
limited.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking that just the way the ordinance is written, you can't be living near any of these areas 1,000 feet out. So, okay, very good. Any other questions? Any questions from our citizens this evening in chambers that had to do with this particular ordinance on sex offenders? Something that has been at the top of your list, and I appreciate you running it by the police advisory. I think that gives us a broader.
And we had discussed it previously, but I had not sat down with them with the actual ordinance. And so the guys in here that are from the committee can tell you, we had a discussion and everybody was on board with it as a ordinance to begin with. But I just want to make sure we take it back and let them see the ordinance itself.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Cassie.
Cassie Rouse, I live in Leon Valley. I'm just wondering, especially with the trail going in and with the natural area right across the road there, does this building fall under the safety zone? And if it does, how do they conduct city business and stuff?
Good question. Very good question. It will, except that if they're doing any business with the city or going to vote, it's in the ordinance, they can still continue to do those things. But if they're going like to the library, if we're voting at the library, they have to notify the police department 24 hours in advance, and we'll escort them in. If they're coming over here, they won't notify them 24 in advance, we'll escort them in. So they can continue. I don't know how they would vote, because usually that's taken away under these circumstances. But if they're doing any other city business, like coming tonight, they could come to this meeting or any other city function, and they just have to notify us, and that's in the ordinance.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that question. All right. If there's no other questions, then this is the first reading. Then we will move then to the next ordinance reading. Thank you.
Thank you,
Chief, do appreciate your help this evening in understanding that ordinance. Moving then to regular agenda item 7.2. Ms. Pasley, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance granting Kevin C. White, White Conley Builders, Ltd., a variance to the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 13, Tree Preservation to exceed the 50% mitigation maximum, saving 340 to 400 total trees out of 938 trees, medium, large, and heritage, to cap the fee in lieu to a maximum of $200,000 for the tract, to waive the replacement tree requirement down to 30 to 50 total trees to be placed throughout the site as space allows, and to provide relief from the 6 inches in diameter minimum replacement tree requirement, allowing for replacement trees of 3 to 4 inches in diameter to 20.98 acres of land generally located in the 5500 to 5600 block of Grissom Road, near the corner of Grissom Road and Timber Hill Road, being all of Lot 1, Block 102, CB 4433, cottages at Timber Hill subdivision.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have Nina Nixon Mendez here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome. She's our Community Development Director. Thank
Good
you.
evening. I'm presenting a tree variance this evening. And the primary purpose of this variance is a variance to Chapter 13, our tree preservation provision. The variance would allow the applicant to exceed the 50% mitigation maximum. That would enable saving 340 to 400 trees out of the 938 trees. And these would be the medium, large, and heritage. So these are our protected trees. To cap the fee in lieu of to a maximum of $200,000 for the tract, and to waive the replacement tree requirement down to 30 to 50 total trees. So the idea is that planting of that number would occur. And the replanting, of course, that would be placed throughout the site as space allows. And to provide relief from the 6-inch in diameter minimum replacement tree requirement, allowing for replacement of trees of 3 to 4 inches in diameter. Next. This is a map showing the site location. You can see it's near the intersection of Grissom Road and Timber Hill. And it's a 20.98 acre tract of land. You can see that there's single-family residential adjacent to the site, as well as commercial, and the red dashed line is the city limit line. Next. This is an aerial view of the property, and you can see the intensity of the tree canopy at the site. Next. And this, again, just shows a recent platting action. Again, Lot 1 is the proposed multifamily residential development. Also replatted at the time were Lots 2 and 3. They are denoted in the red color. And these are not under Lots 2 and 3 are not under consideration for this request this evening. Next. A history. Initially, this property was zoned R1, and in 1997, 15 acres was rezoned from B3 to R3A. In 2003, the property was platted. In 2010, it was included in the sustainability overlay. And in 2017, the property was rezoned to R3 multifamily and B2 retail. Next. This shows the tree survey on the property. And the next slide shows the proposed development in relation to the tree survey. And you can see that the development, of course, would occupy quite a bit of the tract, and so the reason, again, for the request. In the request, essentially, the proposal would be saving about, from a range of 36 to 43% of the protected trees. And, of course, mitigating 57 to 64% of the trees through fee in lieu of and replacement. The next couple of slides essentially point to provisions in the master plan that are pertinent to this particular request. Again, the land use designation for this parcel is townhouse and commercial uses. Next. There are several plan components related to environment in our master plan that call for the preservation of natural and developed land to be a top priority, and a focus on developing a nature preserve and the trail, and then also conserving space for wildlife and native plant species. Next. And also managing growth in a way that preserves natural beauty is an integral part. So the idea is that as development occurs, you do try to integrate, as much of the natural environment as possible into the development. And then other objectives related to the city's tree planting efforts, providing a total of 500 live trees per year to the citizens for adoption and planting. Goal to plant 6,000 Texas native understory trees at Raymond Rimkus Park, and another goal related to identifying other planting areas within the city. Next. I did want to remind you that in 2017 there was an amendment to the tree preservation ordinance, which essentially requires the mitigation of only medium and large trees. And in this particular amendment, it also allowed up to 25% of trees to be replaced unless insufficient area exists to plant the trees. Then the cash in lieu of may be increased to 50% with an arborist written determination. And also, this particular amendment amended the diameter per cash value from 50 to 100 per caliper inch. The developer, the other thing I wanted to mention, as part of the proposal, the developer proposes to donate either 50 trees of 6-inch caliper or funds for 50 trees to be placed by the city at other locations within the city of Leon Valley. So in our Chapter 13, the variances may be granted after consideration from the Tree Advisory Board, with a recommendation to City Council for final determination. And the criteria for variances is that literal enforcement of the article would result in unnecessary hardship, and that such variance will not be contrary to the public interest, would be in harmony with the spirit and purpose of the article. The variance sought is due to unique circumstances existing on the property. The unique circumstances were not created by the owner of the property, or not merely financial. And the variance will not substantially weaken the general purposes of the article. And so, of course, recommendation alternatives would be, to approve or to deny. And the Tree Advisory Board did hear the case on March the 2nd. They considered the request and recommended that council approve the variance. And the applicant is here this evening to present the request as well.
Okay, very good. Are there any questions for Nina this evening? Or Mr. White, would you like to come forward, please? I know we've worked with you on this plan, and you've put a lot of time and effort and money into coming to a good win-win situation here this evening. So thank you for working with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Nina. Appreciate that. We have one of the, if you could go back to the overall slide. Let's see, that one will work. On this particular exhibit, just to explain a little bit more in depth about what Nina has hit the high points on, in our development of the project, of this council considered a rezone. She covered that back in August. The property was rezoned to accommodate the multifamily development that we're attempting to put on this property. When we did do the tree survey on this property, there was 938 categorized trees of 8 inches or larger, which meet the ordinance based off even the rewording that was done, I believe, in September. Of those 938, there are no oak trees at all on the site. Vast majority of them are mesquite trees and hackberry. Only 4 of those 938 are heritage class trees. Our current site plan has been modified so that it does not affect any of those 4 heritage class trees.
Those four, yeah. There's two right in this area here. Can you go to the one with the site plan, actually? That one. Thank you. There's two in this area right in here. There's one right here that is under the CPS line, so that they may take issue with that at some point, but it's out of my site plan as far as impact from that regard. This small circle right here, although very difficult to see on the screen, this is actually the only one that was affected by this proposed site plan. We've adjusted the street in the building and added a parking island to accommodate that particular tree. It's a 26-inch mesquite tree. It does grow extremely vertical, so it will work in a parking island like that. It doesn't go horizontal or something like that, so that would be an issue later. So that was able to incorporate into the site plan to save it. The vast majority of the trees, of the 938 trees, aside from the 4 heritage, are medium class trees. The bulk of them are between the 8 and 12-inch mark, and they are, as I mentioned, mesquite and hackberry species. That indicates, based off of arborist and landscape reports to me, that this particular piece of property was completely cleared somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 60 years ago. Those are fast regrowth type trees, and that's what indicates that species throughout the property. What we're asking for is we're asking for a max of the fee in lieu of at the $200,000. The 50% mark that we've noticed in my presentation that I've provided to the city is somewhere in the neighborhood of $263,000 alone for the fee in lieu of at 50%. Again, we're asking for more than that, so we're asking that it be capped at that 200. On the replacement of limiting it to 30 to 50 trees, that language has actually been modified slightly from the statement of my landscape architect feels very confident that he can design this property to 22 trees to the acre. That works to 463 trees for the property, and that's what we're stating that we will work to. Right now, the 350 to 340 to 400 trees is an estimate. This current site plan that you have in front of you right here leaves about 508 trees outside of the buildings and streets that haven't been impacted yet. There's still development work to be done, drainage work, utility work, other development on the site, so we estimate that there's going to be another 100 to 150 impacted, and that's why we ran into the problem that we did. So that's a little bit of an estimate right now. We believe that it's going to be in that ballpark. We're willing to state that we're going to reach back to the 22 to the acre that he is confident that he can design to. This is a landscape architect that we've worked with for over 30 years, so we've got a long-standing history, and he puts together a very nice-looking product for us. So the replacement trees will exceed the 30 to 50, getting back to that 463. So obviously, if we're down in the 340, we're saying we'll get back to the 463. So it would be over that 30 to 50 window, but we're willing to get back to that 463 because we feel confident that we can make a good-looking product at that level. The relief from the 6-inch diameter minimum, again, most of these trees, not all, but most are within the medium class, which is the 8 to 12 inch, classification. The total number of inches, because of the numbers that we're talking about, create obviously very large numbers on the fee in lieu of and on the replacement side. On the replacement side alone, 4, 6, and 8-inch trees, based off the numbers that are calculated only at the 50%, were over $370,000 for that impact alone. So we're asking for relief down to a 3 to 4-inch replacement style tree. Again, that will get back to that 22 trees to the acre, which is a relatively dense tree canopy on a replacement, incorporating both native and replacement trees for a project of this size. And then the other item that she noted was the donation to the city. We do recognize that what we're asking is a lot of the city, and we do understand that. We would like to, and we do know the push for the Tree City USA that Leon Valley has been involved in for a very long time. We're looking to donate either 50 trees of 6-inch caliper to the city for their use wherever they would like throughout the city, or funds specifically for that, separated from that fee in lieu of, because we would like it to go specifically to that tree type aspect that y'all are trying to push throughout the city.
Thank you. Appreciate that support.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. White on the tree variance this evening from any of the counselors or anyone that's in our chambers this evening? Mr. White, I have a story to tell. And those of you, I've lived here 40 years, and when I became mayor, the Ridge was not developed yet. That's right up the street, right behind the aquarium that we talked about this evening. And I remember driving down Bandera Road, and I looked, and this was done before I became mayor, looked to my left as I'm going towards Seneca, and the developer just grazed all the trees down, just and I came to City Hall and said, don't we have a tree ordinance? So we had no tree ordinance way back when, and now we have, so, and we used to have the largest tree canopy in Bexar County at that time, but because of that. So trees are just, quality of life. Environmentally, it does so much for your environment as far as keeping your city cool and drainage, and I mean, there's so much. And of course, it gives us oxygen, cleans the air. I mean, there's so much positive. So we appreciate your support, and thank you for working with our community development. But also, I wanted to have a shout out for you and your father and your team, because before you even got here, you worked with the neighborhood on the redevelopment, and it was a good example of how we can work together to bring a new development in. And so thank you for that. We appreciate it. All right. Anyone else? Yes, Dr. Edwards.
Do you have any idea what kind of trees pre-existed on that site?
Prior to the clearing, do not.
Okay. Thank you.
I wouldn't even hate to speculate.
Yes, Mr. Woodworth, if you'll come forward. I was just going to say, while you're coming up, I actually had a citizen come up to me on Thursday at the library. They had a Dr. Seuss birthday party over there, and she said, Mayor, I know exactly where we need more trees. And I said, where? And she said, right along the drainage ditch on Post Road, all those trees are dead. And she said, we need to take those out and plant new trees there. So maybe that might be where your trees will go. We hope so. Anyway, good evening and welcome.
Thank you. I would only ask that the trees that they offer to replace in the city of Leon Valley, that they be on the approved list. And
sure.
We probably don't want them giving us hackberry trees.
Right.
That's what I would suggest.
Certainly. Thank you. So noted. Do appreciate that. All right. If there's no other questions or comments, thank you again, Mr. White, for being here. This is our first reading, so at the next council meeting on March the 20th, we should just review it and pass it. So thank you again. All right, so we will move then to regular agenda item 7.3. And Ms. Posley, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance
Thank you and good evening.
Sorry. An ordinance authorizing the acceptance of a community development block grant award in the amount of $303,000 to construct the Cades Cove Water and Sewer Main Project, authorizing a fiscal year 2017-2018 enterprise fund budget adjustment in the amount of $600,296, providing for repealer, severability, and savings clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And we have Dave Demeline from our Public Works Department to present this evening. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
You bet.
Tonight we have an item to consider approval of an ordinance authorizing the acceptance of a CDBG grant and to authorize a budget adjustment in the amount of $600,296. As some background, the City Council adopted a resolution in 2017 to apply for the grant, and the Bexar County CDBG office has awarded the project in the amount of $303,000 for the construction of the project. A little bit about the scope of work. We're going to be, if we do the project, We would replace about 1,700 feet of water main, 1,400 feet of sewer main along Cades Cove from Timber Hill Drive to Mill Wheel. As part of that project, we would also replace 35 water services, install 3 new valves. It would include 29 sewer laterals and 7 manholes, and also include asphalt mill and overlay of that street. In April of last year, in March, we actually applied for the grant. The CDBG staff reviewed that in April. Through the summer, it went through the review at the Commissioner's Court and at HUD. And then in December, they developed the agreement, which they just forwarded to us recently. The fiscal impact, the total project cost is $789,995. Minus the CDBG grant, that leaves a balance of $486,995. So we would basically make up the difference from with a budget adjustment using funds from our enterprise fund and also the street maintenance sales tax fund. We do recommend approval of this ordinance. It would allow us to enter into an agreement with Bexar County and also to approve the budget adjustment that's required. The project is consistent with item 2, continuing to work on capital and planning projects. By implementing the project, we'd be replacing water main where we've had a numerous amount of water main breaks, replacing sewer mains and the services that go along with that, and really helping our delivery of service. It's also consistent with our C statement. Under social equity, it adds to the general quality of life. Environmental, it reduces our amount of main breaks and helps us with our water loss. And economic development, these improvements would help us maintain our infrastructure, which could encourage relocation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, yes, I'll ask Ms. Alcacer to begin the discussion. Thank
Can
you.
you explain the difference between the amount that you're requesting for the budget adjustment and the amount that you said was needed?
Right, that was my question. Yeah, difference.
The amount that's needed is basically, we're including the $600,296 is coming from the water, the enterprise fund. The street portion of that is being left out because in April, we're going to come forward with a recommendation on streets for package or year 1. If you recall, we did a street inventory in Cades Cove. Being that it's in such bad shape, we wanted to go in and make those improvements with the water and sewer mains and include that as a mill and overlay. So we would bring that back in April. So the funds that we're including tonight are from the water utility budget to cover the $600,000 amount.
But the amount that you need is under $500,000.
That's correct. I think in working with our finance director, she felt more comfortable with including the total amount coming from being $600,000 to cover that difference.
That's not the best explanation.
So in other words, why are we
me.
not asking for $486,995? Is that what you're?
Yes.
Yeah, that was my question as well.
That's my question now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because
I agree.
there's, it didn't add up to when I was doing my math.
I think the finance director was not comfortable including the street maintenance the street portion of out of the $789,995. If you were to back out the street mill and overlay,
$187,699.
that's correct.
Okay.
So the difference being that she wanted to include the total amount coming out of the water utility fund that would equal a total of $600,296.
Well, 187 and 486 doesn't equal 600,000.
What was the cost of the street, did you say?
187, 699 is what I had.
So that's equals 602,296. And she has 600,296. That's where they got that from. They backed out the street part.
So in other words, it's 486,995 plus 187,699 for the budget adjustment. Is that
Mayor,
correct?
Council, Mr. Dimmeline, why didn't you just do 2 budget adjustments? So that it was, I like a really clean, clear record, and I don't think this makes a very clear record. So what I would suggest that you do, if you back out the road part, it leaves you 602,296. I'd like to do that math one more time. That would mean your project cost would be 602,296. Your grant would be $303,000, and it would leave you then another $300,000 at the bottom. Because you don't say anything about the roads in here, and so if somebody in the future is looking at this as a record, it's going to confuse them.
I want to know where the $114,000 went.
Almost 200,000 went, yeah.
I agree. I think in my meetings with finance department, the thought was that the street maintenance fund was the funding was there, or it's already there in the to do the mill and overlay, but definitely we can I guess come back with that revision.
I think so, because
clearer.
Yeah, if you want it for the street then it needs to state that, because otherwise we're not creating a very clear record here.
And you're asking that this money all be taken from the enterprise fund, and yet you're saying it's coming from the street maintenance and the enterprise.
Mm-hmm. Mayor, may I ask one more question?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Dimmeline, when is this CDBG grant due?
This is actually an agreement, so the agreement we have attached is part of this item.
When is the agreement due? I'm sorry, I should have said that correctly.
It's basically, as soon as we sign it, we can, that's for the $303,000, so we can submit that. There is no deadline with that, although they are looking to try to get this project completed. Once we sign the agreement, we have, I think it's like 12 months to complete the project.
Mayor, Council, I hate to do this, but this is my recommendation that this come back as a first reading and that this be corrected.
Okay, thank you. And what I'd like to add also is I'd like to show after we take the 189,699 from street maintenance, what's the balance in that fund, and what's the balance in our enterprise fund as well, just so we can kind of keep track of those pots of money.
Mayor, I agree 100%. This city secretary just reminded me that we could actually correct the fiscal impact in the second reading. That way we're not delaying it.
Sure.
So we can correct that for you, and certainly I wouldn't
Like we
sign
did with
anything.
the aquarium. We did
Just
that too.
exactly, same thing.
Okay.
So would that be
Very
okay?
good. Yes, what do y'all think? Everybody?
I would like to see this before the packet comes out. If you can just send us an email with the correct figures so we can review it ahead of time, and then, of course, it'll be on the packet for the next city council meeting.
So
That's what they do.
Yeah, it'll be in the packet.
Yeah, but I would
prior
like
to
to see it, if they get it done Friday or Thursday, I'd like to see it right
The
away.
fiscal impact screen.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
That's not a problem. Thank you.
All right.
We'll definitely do that.
Anybody else? Okay, so then we'll come back next meeting on the 20th of March with better delineation of where the funds are coming from and the total budget adjustment that you're asking for. Is that correct? All right. Very good. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I think we've got another, unless there are any other questions from our residents that are here this evening, then we'll move then to regular, since it's our first reading, our regular agenda number 7.4. And this is again, Ms. Passel, if you'll please read the ordinance.
An ordinance authorizing the acceptance of a community development block grant in the amount of $175,000 for the Huebner Timber Hill Drainage Improvement Project, authorizing a fiscal year 2017-2018 general fund budget adjustment increase in the amount of $123,724. May I say that again? $123,724.43 to the Stormwater Utility Fund budget, providing for repealers, severability, and savings clauses, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Demline, you're here to present this additional CDBG
Mayor
grant.
and Council, this is to consider approval of an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment to provide remaining funds for the Timber Hill at Huebner Drainage Improvement Project. This is also a CDBG project. In 2015, we submitted an application to the program to fund a project the Huebner and Timber Hill intersection to improve the overall drainage. We were having some flooding that was occurring during heavy rain events, and specifically at the residents of 6818 Timber Hill. So what we've done is the project was designed to include additional curb inlets at this intersection, inlet extensions, a junction box, a 24-inch drain pipe, and then also a mill and overlay or new asphalt, curbs, and sidewalks. The project was approved for funding with Bexar County. We awarded in January of 2017, we awarded the bid to Pronto Construction in the amount of $227,906. And the project started in July of 2017. We did run into a couple of utility conflicts with gas and cable, with Spectrum Cable. This caused some delays because it had to go back to their engineering departments. It didn't add anything to the project cost. The other thing that we did is we partnered with VIA to construct a bus pad at that bus station or bus stop right there at close to the intersection, and so that was a great addition. That did create a change order, and we're working with VIA, and we will be reimbursed for that amount. We waited for this request because we wanted to make sure that the project was complete. Pronto Construction has now completed the project. We've received all the final invoicing, and so we're here this evening to request a budget adjustment. Some pictures of before. This is the drainage structure that's still in place, but that's what we had there, and that was basically capturing the water. Quite a bit of runoff coming off of Huebner Road. That's a very busy intersection, and then some of that water would jump a driveway and go into a garage that you can see there were some sandbags placed. Afterwards, these are project pictures. We have our bus pad, sidewalks, additional drainage inlets, and that's some 24-inch pipe that's underground. The project cost, as I mentioned, was $227,906. The CDBG grant was in the amount of $175,000. The VIA portion is $17,983. So the portion coming out of stormwater would be $50,905.98. The stormwater fund balance as of 9/30 has a balance of a little over $1 million.
Okay.
And we recommend approval of the ordinance for a budget adjustment in the amount of $123,724.43. Again, the project is consistent with item 2 of our strategic goals, continuing work on capital and planning projects. It's helping us address stormwater runoff, and repair of the asphalt and new sidewalks enhances pedestrian mobility within our city. And also the project under our C statement, under social equity. The project will eliminate flooding at this intersection, which will not only improve quality of life at that intersection, but also for citizens traveling through the intersection to the city of San Antonio and back through Leon Valley as well. Environmental, the project reduces the amount of stormwater exposed to oil, gas, and debris, which reduces our pollutants and our runoff. And economic development and improved drainage and new sidewalks enhances the amenities to our businesses and citizens. With that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Can you put up that there we go. So our portion is 52,906, but we need a budget adjustment of 123,724.43.
That's correct. So what occurred is we, being that it spanned 2 fiscal years, we paid for some of the project out of last fiscal year, and so we're having to ask for the remaining balance out of this fiscal year. The 120, I think it's on.
123,724.43. Okay. Right.
So we already got the CDB grant funds, and we're going to get the VIA funds?
Yes, Counselor. We CDBG Bear County just notified us that we I believe we've already received the CDBG grant for $175,000, and VIA will be forwarding their amount here within the next 30 days.
Okay.
So actually, the project costs were actually greater than what we had originally planned. Is that right? So do we make up that difference, the city? Is that right?
The only difference, the original budget amount from Pronto Sandblasting was 227,906.
Right.
But we did have the addition of the bus pad.
Okay, so that's the difference. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, Councilor Martinez.
I still have a problem understanding where the 123,724 comes from. If we already funded this originally, just because it spans 2 years, 2 fiscal years, it shouldn't make any difference. We've already funded it, but it looks like to me there's a big cost overrun on here. Can you please explain that?
Well, actually, the for the budget adjustment, we paid for a portion out of last fiscal year, but with this project, what we're finding with these CDBG projects is it's really when we apply in March of each year, it takes by the time the next fiscal year comes is when we get the agreement. So on these future projects, what we'll do is we'll bring, there's 3 items, or there would be 3 items, one for a resolution, which is this time of the year, and then the next would be the agreement, which we would get from Bear County roughly around December or January of next fiscal year. And at that time, we would ask for the budget adjustment. So with this one, there's really no, the only change order, if you will, was for the VIA bus pad.
Yeah.
Okay, but we already, if I remember correct, we already funded this project last fiscal year. And so the money should already be sitting in the budget for that, even though it spans 2 years. That money should be still a carryover from the previous year. So I don't understand where this 123,724 is coming from.
Well,
I would really like to see this broken down a little better.
The reason why we're coming back requesting a budget adjustment is because of So the project was not completed in that first fiscal year, and so we're having to come back. Those funds are, I guess, cleared out, if you will.
They're encumbered.
Encumbered.
So what we're doing, Mr. Martinez, is actually, that's why it's called the budget adjustment, because we've already paid about half the payment due. The other, the county has paid us all the funds, so they've been held until the project was completed. VIA will pay that difference of nearly 18,000. That's the only real difference between the original 227 and the total cost of 243, almost 244,000. So it's just that we made a budget adjustment in 2017 for the 120,000, and we need to pay off the rest, which has been encumbered this entire time, but we haven't. So it's like sitting in your bank, and now we're transferring it so we can pay those funds out in the amount of the 123,000 owed.
An easy way of looking at it is like it's sitting in that savings account back there, and you need to pull it in checking so you can write your check for it.
That's right. And plus, we'll get another 17,983 from VIA. So,
right,
yeah.
That's actually one of the best ones we've ever gotten. If you look at it
in that way.
If you follow that picture, it's really almost completely paid by other agencies. So we've been very lucky.
That's right. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Demeline on this ordinance? Okay. If not, then we'll move then to the next reading, 7.5. Ms. Postley, if you'll please read the ordinance.
Amending the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 5, Fire Prevention and Protection, Article 5.04, Section 5.04.001, adopted, and Section 5.04.002, amendments by adopting the International Fire Code 2018 edition with amendments.
Okay, thank you. Chief Valdez, good evening and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
You bet.
You can go to the next one. She just read that. Well, those of you that stayed, you're in for a treat. This is exciting stuff.
I know. I love International Fire Code.
This is great
information. Yeah.
Something I'm very passionate about. And I would love nothing more than to read all 1,000 pages.
Okay, you can begin.
I think we're going to adjourn.
Bring the popcorn. No popcorn, no deal.
Right. This is a housekeeping item, but there's some changes in it, and there's also some methods we used that I want to make sure the council's very aware of, so that you're just being very transparent of how we're coming up with our amendments. The next slide. This is obviously real quick. I'm sorry that the city currently has adopted the 2015 International Fire Code as its fire code with amendments. The fire code, the International Code Council comes up with a new code every 3 years.
Okay.
And this is a model code. The best way to explain it is it's like a model house in a subdivision where you're going to buy a house. You go into the model house and you take a look around and you pick and choose the things that you need for your family, and you make adjustments, you make amendments so that it fits the needs of your family. And so that's why when we adopt the code, we never adopt the model, we adopt the model with amendments. The City of San Antonio is currently working through a process to adopt their 2018 International Fire Code. It's available online. This is just their amendments. It's about 300 plus amendments. We're a lot more shy of that. We're a lot less than that. We're just over 100. But we don't have an airport. We don't have fruit crop ripening fields or semiconductor facilities and things like that, or cryogenic facilities. So we worked to get something that was comprehensive for Leon Valley, which is a lot better. The objectives, whenever we're adopting a fire code, we're looking at some specific things when we make an amendment. The first thing is we want to maintain or improve the safety of the community by having the highest or the best standard out there available to us. We want to find ways to assist with staffing, equipment challenges at large complex incidents. There's a lot of large complex fires that you can think of recently that have occurred on the news. A great example of this, of something that we have in our community, is the Hobby Lobby Strip Center. The fire hydrants are in the rear of the building. The fire department connections are in the rear of the building, and there's 3 of them. You have 1 engine and 1 truck coming. Those things should be in the front of the building. That's why you have a fire code that addresses when something is built to tailor fit for your department, for your equipment, for your apparatus, for your manpower. And so that's something that you can do when you adopt the fire code, and that's what we were working. And I'll give you some examples of that as we go through this. We also want to improve interoperability between agencies. When you send your firefighters to Balcones Heights to go fight fire, the gates should open the same way, the road should be the same, the fire department connections should be the same style of hydrant, everything, because that makes us it makes us strong, it makes us more versatile. And the same thing goes when the Castle Hills Fire Department comes over here. We don't want to have a gate code. We want to be able for them to pull up to the gate, hit the siren, and open and roll right in. The Insurance Services Office, the ISO Public Protection Class Rating, as you know, or many of you may not know, but we're a Class 3 city. In 2014, we were able to move our rating from a Class 4 to a Class 3 for the first time in our history. Very proud of that, but we're not done. Usually there's about 10 years before the ISO comes in and reclassifies you, but we've already taken steps to request a survey because we're confident that we've made enough changes to get an improvement. So the fire code, the last time we were surveyed, we had 1 series back, and you get penalized for that. So this is right on with our work plan and working towards getting a better ISO rating. This is general housekeeping of codes. It's also to improve our service delivery of inspections and plan review process for our businesses. This is about being able to serve our community better, our citizens, our contractors, making sure that everything's in line with code. And it's, of course, to account for integration of technology interfaces. We now have iPads that take digital photographs of violations, and we file them electronically. So we took that into account when we adopted the code. Next slide, please. This is really a cool initiative we took on. This year, we called for 3 workshops. We reached out to every department around us and said, hey, you all have the same problem. So let's have some workshops with fire chiefs and fire marshals.
I thought that was really cool.
And sit down and just hammer this stuff out and go line by line and come up with a comprehensive code, a set of amendments that fits us, because really Balcones Heights has the same challenges, Castle Hills, Chavano Park, and you can see Live Oak participated, Schertz, Kerrville. They currently have a 2006 International Fire Code adopted, so they're really behind. Chavano Park, obviously, all these cities participate, Universal City, and so these were workshops. I mean, we were in there just getting through this code, and it was really an awesome experience. We got to pick good things from each city, and the whole concept is meeting those objectives that we had on the previous slide. The proposed amendments are as a result of these workshops. Next slide, please. And I'm going to give you some quick examples of some housekeeping. Section 101.1, it says these regulations shall be known as the fire code of the fill in the blank, hereinafter referred to as this code. So our amendment is the City of Leon Valley. So that's all we're doing. It's just housekeeping. So that's an example there. The same thing with the appendices. The appendices are special chapters in the back of the fire code regarding fire flow requirements, fire access roads, things like that. And we want to go ahead and take those on. And there's some that we deleted, which I'll go over in a little bit. The requirements of other agencies. This is a new section that I added, and I'm showing you an example of something that we did to address some of our special requirements. We wanted to make it very clear that just because we inspect you, it doesn't release you of any other requirement from any other state licensing agency, such as Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, Texas Department of State Health Services for our nursing home. Just because the fire department says it's okay, we can't know every single code. And so all that does is clean it up, make it very clear you still have to get other codes. Go ahead. The change of use or occupancy is amended and shall read, a change of occupancy shall not be permitted unless the use of occupancy is made to comply with the requirements of this code and the International Existing Building Code. A change of the business name, responsible party, designated use, or any activity that deviates from the original submitted application with the occupancy shall qualify as a change of occupancy. What that basically means is if somebody moves out of a building like the skate center, if they were to move out of the building and you change the use of that building, so now it's going to be a daycare or a school, well, now it's no longer an assembly, now it's a Group E, educational. So you have to bring the entire building up to code. You can't say that building was built in 1970, so I'm going to just go with what's here and I get a free pass. That's not how it works. So we're just clearly defining that when there's a change in use, you have to comply with the new codes. Notice of alteration to be given to the fire chief for review of any commercial occupancies. Obviously, we want to be aware of that. We want to get another set of eyes on that. Photographic documentation shall be added. Again, that's we document when we get a request of a violation notice. Our inspector's got an iPad. He takes a picture. He emails everything so that he can see. So we wanted to add that. We have a fine for working without a permit, and it's a double permit fee. And that's to make sure that we find people that are licensed and doing the work to the highest standard to make sure everybody's safe. Submittals. In that section, what I added was electronic copies. I don't want paper copies. I want electronic copies. They're easier to file, easier to reference and review. And so we're just, again, that's one of the technology things that has changed. Next slide, please. Explosives. There's one that's, just to give you an example, explosives is, there's a whole chapter, a whole section here about how to manage, store, and transfer and use explosives. Well, there's a lot of cities that have that and allow that. We don't, and I made it very clear in our ordinance. So when we adopt it, we made an amendment that they're not allowed in the city unless permitted. And we allow a fireworks permit, obviously. Open burning. This is a section that I wanted to make sure you were aware of. Basically, what this does is there's again in this fire code, you're allowed to have open burning because there's a lot of jurisdictions out there that allow it. We don't. And so we wanted to address that when we're going in the code and word it so that it's not allowed. And then the exception, obviously, is for live fire training or a ceremonial purpose, such as a flag retirement. It doesn't have to be the fire department-sponsored flag retirement. It can be one from another agency. We would just want to supervise it and make sure that it's safe. So we're covering that. Next section, please. Sky lanterns. We get this question, and this just gives you an idea of how thorough and how comprehensive this code is. Sky lanterns are a decorative balloon of sorts where they light something and the hot air will float it into the sky, and it's beautiful to look at. But that hot flaming piece has to come down somewhere, and so we do get requests. Can we launch sky lanterns in Leon Valley? And so I wanted to address this, and they said, no, we cannot launch sky lanterns. Open flame cooking devices. This is one we get asked to a lot. And one of the biggest hazards we have is barbecue pits on balconies of multifamily apartments. And so we address this and basically saying you can barbecue in an apartment complex. You just have to be 10 foot away from the building. Mm-hmm. And the exception is obviously a 1 and 2 family dwelling. I'm not going to come in and inspect unless it smells great, then I'll come by. Next slide, please.
Set me a plate.
And so I'm not going to read through these, but I wanted to give you a good snapshot. Dimensions. You're going to have 20-foot clearance. Unless a fire hydrant's on that road, you're going to have at least 26 feet. You're going to have 14-foot above clearance for those ladder trucks so they can get through. Mm-hmm. That's a standard that all the cities agreed on because we have the Castle Hills Tower, and it's big. And so we want to make sure we don't damage these trucks. The turning radiuses are the same. We address the angle of approach. Obviously, a long truck, and you don't want a real steep incline to a business and have to scrape the truck. So we wanted to address that.
Mm-hmm. Chief, when I read this afternoon, I was thinking 503 2.1 and 503 when we pass this, will this now apply to the aquarium and how?
No.
The radius there?
No. So
oh, okay.
The
never mind.
No. it
That's what I was thinking.
I'm really being just formal. I'm being more formal about how the fire code,
Okay.
the 2012 fire code, 2015 fire code says the fire lanes shall be marked according to the fire chief.
Okay.
And I have a
More
policy, a
specific.
standard that says this is how we're going to mark them. I'm just making the amendment appropriate. I think it's more appropriate to have it as an amendment in the code itself. Okay? Striping the same way, and this would not apply. By the way, this is not going to apply for anything that's existing.
Okay.
Okay, so just new development, unless there's a massive change in use.
Okay.
They change the driveway, the entrance, the road, the parking, something like that, ma'am. Next slide. This is a great one. This is that one I mentioned earlier. When you go there's nothing more frustrating than to go to Barcelona Lofts or Vista Del Rey or Intertech Automotive Research or some other facility like Leon Valley Storage, and the officer's in his seat looking up the gate code.
Oh, no.
And then you punch in the gate code and it was reset or it's not working. And we're trying to override the gate. And so what we've done is all the chiefs basically said, we need to have a siren operated system. And so any fire truck can pull up and through the tone of the siren, you just bump the siren and the gate will open, and that will make us obviously more interoperable, and it gives us a faster approach to the building. Okay. Intertech Automotive has already done it. They love the idea when we talk to them to see. We by the way, we reached out to a lot of businesses to see, what they thought of this stuff, and there was really no issues. Leon Valley Storage today said they're going to put a SOS system on their gate.
Oh, that's great.
So voluntarily.
So this one will apply to businesses that already existing.
And no, ma'am, but I'm going to ask them nicely.
Okay.
What is the cost of that device?
About $1,200, $1,500 per gate. That's what I've seen. Okay. Next, and I'll have to double check that, but that's what's coming to mind, sir. And that's a relatively low expense to be able to come in.
Sure.
The hydrants, everybody asks this question all the time, and since I have some residents here, this is just something we need to make sure we're clear on. It's a 3-foot clear space shall be maintained around the circumference of the fire hydrants, and that's so that we can spin turn the hydrant on, and we can wrap our hose around it, and we can walk around it and work on it. So oftentimes we find bushes and stuff growing up around them, and we have to ask the homeowners to trim them. Special daycare provisions. This is something that we talked about, and we felt strongly enough. This is actually copied from San Antonio. Space heaters in daycares and adult daycares, not allowing them. They're just dangerous. This is probably one of the bigger exceptions in amendments, and that's in the sprinkler requirement. The sprinkler requirement is generally 12,000 square feet and 300 occupant load for an A1. We talked about this at length, and I talked to there has to be a line at which you say, this building, it just needs sprinklers. It's just too big. We can't handle it. There's a fire flow issue. There's 8 firefighters. There's 6 to 8 firefighters going in there, and we got 300 people. How are we going to, So what we did was we're proposing a 10,000 square foot standard, and the other cities felt good about that. To be honest with you, and Schertz is going to a 5,000 square foot. They're actually being more restrictive.
Are they really? Wow.
And if it were me, I'd sprinkler everything, but we're trying to be as reasonable and be resilient and work with our businesses as much as possible. We don't have a 10,000 square foot building right now that's not sprinklered, with the exception of Peng's Chinese Warehouse on Paz. That's the only one I have that's not sprinklered. But we all felt strongly enough that 10,000 is really got to be that limit. We don't have 50 stations coming. And so we need to set it somewhere.
And again, just new businesses.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Class 1 reducer, that's just something to help your firefighters. That's an example of something we can do. When we have a hose pack and we're hooking up to a standpipe, it's usually a 2.5 opening. We're asking to put an 1.5 opening reducer on there so that it goes straight into there. It just cuts the time down, and so they can hook up a hose line to it and get to work a lot quicker. We're also bringing the standard for standpipe requirement down to basically anything above a second floor. So anything 3 stories or more, we're going to require a standpipe. We already have them in all our 3-story buildings, whether it's Villas or Vista Del Rey. We have 3-story buildings over there, but it wasn't in code.
Can I ask what a standpipe is?
Yes, ma'am. That's a great question. I'm glad I have somebody interested in fire code.
I know.
So,
I was like, what is a
I love
standpipe?
it.
Is it where you have a platform to stand on?
So no, so what it is
DUMB.
is if you can imagine pulling up to a building that's 3 stories high, you have a fire on the 3rd floor. You have to pull that pre-connected hose out, and it's say 150 or 200 feet. Well, you got to go up 1 flight, 2 flights, to the 3rd flight. By the time you get up there, you're extended out already.
Okay.
And so what a standpipe system is it's a dry pipe that's plumbed from the 1st story that the engineer will plug into. He'll flow water into it, and the firefighters carry a hose pack up to the 3rd flight. They drop the hose pack, connect to an outlet up on the 3rd flight, and so now they have 100 feet of hose to work with above on those upper floors, and that's
okay.
what that is.
Okay, great, thank you.
One of the installation requirements is exactly what I explained earlier. You know, the Hobby Lobby complex, you have several FDC connections. You only have 1 truck, so he's going to have to supply. Which one is he going to pick? We want to design our buildings so that you hook up to 1 connection and it supports the entire complex. And they can design them to do that, and that's again, it's just helping us in the fire department be more. You know, it just helps us.
You're going to have the pressure for
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
But
your fire engine pumps 2,000 gallons of water per minute. The systems can be designed to do a whole lot.
But these amendments will not will not make Hobby Lobby complex move it to the front like you'd like, right?
No, I love that,
Yeah.
but no.
Yeah, okay.
Can we do that instead, though? Is there a chance? No.
Yeah, I wish. Be a lot easier for y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
And
yes,
faster.
Ma'am. And we've made some big improvements in moving forward. There's several buildings. The Villas of Leon Valley is a 3-story building, and it's very, very big. I'm sure most of you have been there. There's 1 connection in the front of that building. Engine pulls up, connects right to that, and it flows the standpipes and the sprinklers all from 1, and it takes care of it. The additional emergency disconnect switches, so that's a special one for me. Our gas stations, when there's a fire at a pump, there's a requirement to have an emergency cutoff at the pumps, but my whole problem with that is, what if that pump's on fire? So we are requiring an additional switch to be installed where the attendant is, so that he can cut off the fuel to the gas pumps if there's a fire.
Sure.
Next slide. And this is just additional housekeeping: unlawful possession of fireworks, instigating or aiding a minor to violate the ordinance prohibiting fireworks, summoning to be issued for violation of fireworks, and I have some detail in there. I essentially copied San Antonio's fireworks. I mean, we all did. I mean, it's a very comprehensive, very good, covers all the bases. And then we do have additional distribution. A fire hydrant shall be located not more than 100 feet from an unobstructed and approved route to a fire department connection, located on the ground level. And so what that is say you have an apartment complex like Barcelona. You think of the engineer coming in, the driver of the apparatus. He's got to come in, he's got to connect to the FDC, and he's got to get to the hydrant. So if that hydrant is 300 feet out, that's a challenge. So we want to have it any time there's an FDC, we want to have a hydrant very close by so that they can do the work. And if you go through Barcelona lofts, you'll see hydrants all over the place, and they're really right across from every FDC. Delete Appendix J. What these appendices are, again, they're just guides. Building information systems are big placarded signs that you put on every business that tell the firefighters if it's wood truss, if it's metal truss, if it's the type of roof material, if it's protected with a sprinkler system or fire alarm system, and it's a standardized sign. They do use them in other parts of the country. We're choosing not to use them. Our guys get out there and they pre-plan our buildings. They're very familiar with their buildings, and nobody else uses them around here, so we didn't feel it would do any good. Again, we're trying to be as reasonable with our business community as possible. Again, another example, there's a requirement for firefighter air replenishment systems in high-rise. And so what that is the firefighter is up on, say, the 10th floor, and he runs out of air. This code would require require the builder to put in a system in the stairwell where the firefighter can run to the stairwell, plug into a line, and refill his air bottle, and then go back into the fight fire.
Okay.
And that's a very expensive system. That's very, very costly. You're better off just sprinklering the building and reducing your risk tremendously. So we just deleted that section. Nobody does. I don't even know who makes it. The next slide, please.
Your C statement, yeah.
Adopting the most current and highest standard fire code ensures safety for all citizens and visitors in Leon Valley. It ensures resiliency of our business community, and adoption of the new fire code works to prevent fires, thereby reducing pollutants into the environment. It supports strategic goal number 2 to improve the safety and security of the city of Leon Valley through adoption and implementation of the most current available fire code. And I'm recommending adoption, approval.
Very good. Thank you very much. Boy, what a lot of work. Whew,
Yeah.
but it was worth it now. I just want to understand this. So all of those cities that you had listed there, everybody has the same code now?
Yes.
Other than you're changing your name. But, I mean, everybody agreed on the same elements within for the update, I would say.
Yes.
It's the update.
But we're the first to present it.
You're the first to present it.
And not
okay.
every city may choose to take on the entire set of amendments.
Okay.
You have every right to delete things and remove things and edit as you see fit. These are my recommendations.
Okay.
The city of Schertz, I think, had a more comprehensive set of amendments and a little bit more restrictive in a lot of ways. But it was very, very consistent with this one. Again, Balcones Heights may present this and may not get it approved. I don't know that.
Right. Well, very good. Thank you for the effort, because, like you say, the number one thing is safety, and these guidelines will really help. I love that siren in order to get in on a gate. I mean, like, duh,
I know.
It just takes us a while, but it's moving in the right direction. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
One of the things we did with the building code is that if, especially, I guess they came up with all the roofers when we had the storm a couple years ago, would be bombarded with a bunch of contractors, shady contractors. Well, if they get caught, they get cited, plus then also the double fee for the permit. So are these going to, people, contractors, are they going to be cited?
Yes.
So would it be the same type of fee structure as the building?
So we're going to be presenting a update to our permit fee schedule. I'm sorry. Eric is going to be presenting a update to the fee schedule on permits, fire permits, very, very soon. That's our next project. He's already working on it. But we find people, I personally have found somebody using his dad's license, and I reported him to the state, wrote him a citation, and we find it, and we don't, if you're not licensed to do the work, we find electricians that have a apprentice license, and they're not allowed to do electrical work, and they don't have a permit, or they'll tell you, well, I got a permit in San Antonio, I just can't find it. And so we are, that's why it's so important to have that man right there and our other firefighters out there looking at the work being done to make sure that nothing is shady is getting done.
Good point. Yes. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Jordan.
Yeah, I'm just curious on the entrance to the apartment complexes with the siren. Would a similar tone opening gate, such as a alarm system on a car or something to that effect?
I asked that question, and they haven't found one yet.
Okay.
It's
But
special for fire trucks.
right, there's sirens have a certain decibel,
Okay.
and I'm sure that company wants to keep it that way,
Okay, thank you. I was just curious.
That's a good question, yeah. Anyone else? Anyone else in our, yes, in our chambers, please. Ms. Joseph, good evening and welcome. We're glad you're here this evening. And what is your question for Chief?
I probably missed it. What was, did you have an answer on the open fire pits that people are using? Is that legal in Leon Valley?
I love questions about the fire code. So the answer is that you can cook in a open pit in Leon Valley as long as you are. You can have a fire in an open pit in Leon Valley as long as you're cooking or using it for washing. I don't know who washes with heat, but that's the way the ordinance reads. So.
What about people this winter? There was a lot of it in my neighborhood where people were just sitting out,
for warmth.
in the cold for warmth. Yeah.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. As long as it's in a non-combustible container, and ma'am, you can always call us if it's a nuisance. We'll take care of it. We put out open burning little fire pits all the time.
Well, you've seen those chimereas. Is that what those? Oh, I mean, those are very, very. I mean, the ambience, and it's very nice. But it seems to be very secure.
Yes.
It's not really open because but it's very nice. And
As
I've
long
seen
as
a
it's
lot of
away
people
from a building
have those.
and monitored by somebody, usually.
Right.
What if they're the kind that are just hollowed out in the ground? Like
I haven't seen anything like that.
As long as you have a hot dog
Yeah.
right there, it's illegal, right?
Yeah.
Chief,
Okay. Yes.
Shouldn't there
Councilor
be
Ely.
something, and I don't know if it's in the code, where you have a water source nearby at a certain distance already
There
provided?
is. I just didn't add it
Okay.
in my presentation, but there is, and we have a very comprehensive work being done on a list of and mapping of all of our fire hydrants, and we have 479. That's a lot of fire hydrants, or 470.
Well, I'm talking on premises for residents.
For residents?
For residents, when they do have barbecue, open fires, open pits.
Oh, okay. So I want to make sure that you're very clear. I don't have any authority other than what's adopted separately in city ordinance under Chapter 5 with single-family homes. The fire code covers everything but single-family homes. So any commercial occupancy, okay? So I don't have the authority, and he doesn't have the authority to knock on your house, knock on your door and say, fire inspection, time for a fire inspection, because you're not open to the public.
I got you.
And so our authority is limited.
So you're liable in case something happens in your home.
Yes, ma'am. But unless you are causing a nuisance or a hazard to the community, and that's the key.
Then
so
that's the
if you
key.
see something,
Yeah.
we'll go in and we'll take care of it.
Okay. Very good. All right. Any other questions, comments? Thank you so
I just
much
have
for
one
a very
comment.
thorough. Yes, I'm sorry.
I
Ms.
just want to
Kinsler.
thank Chief Valdez and the fire department because these amendments are not something that happened overnight. They were months upon months meeting with other fire chiefs and hours upon hours of revision. And Leon Valley always takes the lead. And so congratulations on that and congratulations on getting this done.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. All righty. Take care. And we'll be back next month or next 2 weeks to approve it, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you all.
Yes, you bet. Moving then to regular agenda item 7.6. Ms. Postley, if you'll please read the ordinance.
Authorizing the repeal of City Council action on June 20th, 2017, approving the placement and operation of a new pavilion at CB 4432, Block 5, Lot SEIRRG, 150.38 feet of 10 ARB, 10A, also known as 6600 Strawflower at the corner of Peachtree and Post Roads.
Good evening again, Mayor and
Thank you.
Council.
I'm sorry, she's finished with her reading. Thank you. And Ms. Kinsler, good evening again.
Good
Thank you
evening.
for your presentation.
Absolutely. Just a little background on this item, just to familiarize ourselves again with what we did in 2017. So on June 8th, the Parks Committee recommended the construction of a pavilion at 6600 Strawflower. A couple weeks later, the 20th, this City Council approved the construction of the pavilion as recommended by the Park Commission. On September 14th of 2017, the Park Commission was asked to revisit the issue due to concerns from neighboring property owners. And during this meeting, Melinda Moritz stated that 21 surveys were sent to households within 200 feet of the proposed site, and that the City of Leon Valley had received 11 back. 10 were against it, and 1 was in favor of it. Next slide, please. So continuing September 14th, the Parks Committee voted again to support the construction of the pavilion at the site, with the usage and other site amenity details to be worked out at a later date. October, oops, I didn't put the date in there, of 2017 at a Leon Valley City Council meeting, the issue was brought back to the council with the Park Committee's recommendation. The council voted to have staff re-notify the entire neighborhood so that they could hold a Saturday workshop so that potential uses of the vacant lot could be discussed with citizens that had concerns, and all citizens. About 300 letters were mailed out this time inviting residents to come to the workshop or to mail in their comments or their suggestions to the city. December 9th, we hold the workshop right here in this room to listen to residents' concerns and to consider options. 13 residents attended the workshop. There was discussion of remodeling the existing pool, leaving the lot vacant, building a new pavilion, beautification, maybe a community garden with some LID parking. But ultimately what we decided at the workshop was let's take it to the town hall, see how our citizens feel. So the 6600 Strawflower property was in fact an agenda item during your 2018 town hall meeting. We did the little clicker things. 12% of citizens voted to remodel the existing pool facility and utilize that lot for extra parking. 23% voted for beautification in the form of xeriscaping in a garden. 16% voted for a community garden with the lid parking lot, and 49% voted for other. So we thought to ourselves, what is other? And so what we did, if you go to the next screen, is our moderator told her what our moderator, Dr. Romero, told us. She looked at all of the sheets that the directors were doing at each table, and she categorized what the common theme was at the table. So she said the other category, according to her final written report, includes the possibility of improving the space with fast-growing shade trees, low-water landscaping and seating. It was also recommended that we leave an area open to accommodate food booths or bounce houses or artwork, but only use them on holidays or other high-use days. Next slide. So the fiscal impact at this point is unknown until a decision is made by the council as to what to do with the lot, and then the staff can begin to get quotes for analysis, for an accurate analysis of the fiscal impact that this project might have on the city's budget. We could work on that and then present that to you for next fiscal year. It's in line with the strategic goals that we currently have outlined. The 2010 and 2014 strategic goals include parks, recreation, green space, and cultural activities. Two objectives of this particular goal were to increase the size of Raymond Rimkus Park with the addition of 2 properties along Post Road and to encourage development of recreational space and programs. Next slide. Staff recommendation is that it's your discretion. You were at the meeting in December and you were at the town hall meeting, and now it becomes a policy decision as what you'd like to do with city-owned land.
Okay, right, great. My understanding, just to add to what you presented, is that the other will then now go back to the Park Commission?
Mayor,
Is that my
council, that's
understanding?
correct.
And then-
Actually, it's up to
It's
this
up to us. I
committee.
mean, that's what it
It's up
was.
to
And
this
if you read it in Dr. Romero's.
That was her recommendation.
Her recommendation was for it to go back. But again, the pavilion was nowhere to be found on any of the other our options. And so this particular, since we did approve it, this, if it's the council's pleasure tonight, you would maybe change that decision that you made back in
June of
June. It was
2017.
June, right. And the other question I had is how much money did we have allocated for that pavilion? So that money would just stay in that slot and go forward for whatever recommendation?
Mayor, council, there was never a budget adjustment done for that pavilion.
We didn't put aside like 20-something thousand or something?
29.
I thought we had,
For
I thought
the
Melinda
pavilion?
had presented some money.
Not to my knowledge, no. I do
Okay.
not remember a budget adjustment with that.
Well,
at
not
all.
a budget adjustment, just how much it would be for the pavilion that we had approved.
Oh, Mayor and council, we looked through the minutes, and that
There's
was a
nothing?
minute order by council at that time, and so we didn't see any amount.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. Okay.
I think the Public Works, excuse me, Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Public Works Director
Councilor.
Belinda gave an estimate, but there was never
It was
any
never-
money set aside
Okay,
specifically
very
for
good.
that. ma'am.
Thank you for that. Okay. Very good. Okay. Yes.
make a motion?
Oh, okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the repeal of the placement and operation of the pavilion at 6600 Strawflower.
Yes, I'm sorry. Is there something else we needed to know before we continued?
No, Mayor and council, it's just consultation between me and the city
Okay,
secretary.
good. I didn't know if there was something else that had impacted this. All right, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Counselor Martinez and a second by Counselor Edwards to repeal the approval of the placement and operation of the new pavilion at Strawflower and Paws.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Is that in order?
Yes.
Did you want this to go back to the Parks Commission?
Well, I think that maybe with the motion, I think this is repealing the pavilion.
Correct.
But maybe you might want to add.
That's what I was
and
wondering.
ask for the direction from.
I'm sorry, Mayor and council,
Unless-
this is a first reading. There is an
Oh, that's
ordinance
right.
attached.
Well,
So.
oh, there is a first reading. That's right. I'm so
Yes,
sorry.
that's okay.
Yep.
The city secretary just reminded me.
Yep.
So we'll have the action next week. We're still learning. My gosh.
We
so hard to
forget.
keep all this in order. Okay, well, thank you. So maybe for next time,
Can we waive the second reading?
well,
No,
it's not an
it's in your
emergency.
city charter.
Right?
It's not
only
an
if it's an
emergency.
But,
emergency.
and then you already took action just now, so I really don't know what, I would have to look to see
Just
what we
withdraw it?
can do.
Can't
didn't
Councilor
vote.
Martinez just withdraw
Yeah,
his
we
motion?
didn't vote.
Nobody voted.
We did not
Vote?
vote. No, ma'am.
Okay,
It was
withdraw.
just a motion and a second,
And-
so we'll withdraw that.
And I'll
Yes.
withdraw my motion.
Okay, very good, thank you. And I even had it as a first reading, and I failed to see that. Yes, Counselor Jordan.
Just for discussion, once it's repealed, if it's repealed the next time, then it goes back to the Park Commission for further.
If that's the pleasure of the council.
Okay, and so, all right, I'll wait till the next session for a comment. Thank you.
Right, and maybe what would be pertinent would be to read that section of the recommendations by Dr. Romero on the pavilion issue from the town hall meeting.
Yes,
She
ma'am.
has it
I
pretty
read
well
that part.
summarized.
It's 49% is pretty good number for other, so
Mm.
pavilion or whatever else is decided can be potentially put in that number, so. But, all right, thank you, ma'am.
Right, okay, thank you. All right, so now we move to agenda item number 7.7, which is not a first reading, so I can read this. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution authorizing the filing of an application with the Bexar County Community Development Block Grant Program for fiscal year 2018 for the Blacksmith Lane and Wagon Spoke Water and Sewer Replacement Project. And Mr. Demeline, this is CDBG night.
It is, Mayor.
Yes, it's our third.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a resolution that would authorize the filing of an application for the 2018 Bexar County CDBG program. This would be our fourth grant application that is in the Old Mill subdivision. The next slide, please. They will, so with this resolution, will apply for the grant. The scope of work for this project is similar to Arcades Cove project, but we would be replacing 960 feet of water main, and that's asbestos concrete pipe that would be replaced with C900 pipe, replacing sewer main, also along Blacksmith Lane. Timber Hill to Autumn Chase are the limits, including Wagon Spoke. We would replace all 22 water services, install 3 new valves, 4 new manholes, 2 new fire hydrants, and then also pavement repairs to those areas. The schedule is similar to the other project. We would submit the grant, and it would be reviewed in the spring. In the summer, it would be reviewed by the Commissioner's Court as well as HUD. They would come back with a development agreement, and then we would come back in that next fiscal year with the agreement and the budget adjustment request at that time. And then we would perform the actual construction in 2019. So the estimated cost is $605,264. We're requesting a 50% match. The remaining city match would come from our water utility and sewer utility of $302,632. Each budget year, when we're working through the budget process, we generally earmark about $150,000 out of water and $150,000 out of sewer to make these replacements. So with these grants, we're really able to leverage those dollars and do these larger projects.
Okay, very good.
The resolution is required with the application, bless you. And so we would recommend approval and passage of this resolution. Again, it's consistent with item number 2 under our strategic goals by replacing the water main where we're experiencing some main breaks, also sewer main, replacing the water services and valves. It helps enhance our delivery of services. Under the C statement, it's going to add to the general quality of life for all citizens. Reducing the amount of our main breaks helps us with our water conservation and water loss with the Edwards Aquifer, and economic development improvements to the water utility helps us maintain our infrastructure and the superior water rating that we have currently, which may help encourage relocation. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Right, thank you very much. Any questions from the council or any of our members in our chambers this evening? I'm learning it's a 50% match, not 80-20 like MPO. And right, that's a difference. It's a federal program. And also it appears that seems to be the only area, Old Mill, that we qualify for CDBG grants. And so I guess you must have a long-term plan to just keep going street by street by street.
Yes, Mayor. Currently, this area does fall into that eligible area for grants. Mm-hmm. So we have quite a few streets. This would be our fourth project that we've been able to do in that area. But we can definitely continue to identify these projects.
Certainly. Well, thank you. That certainly helps our budget too. Yes.
I have a
Counselor.
question, Mayor, but not for Mr. Demeline.
Yes.
I guess at one of the meetings we said, or we were told, that we couldn't do resolutions anymore, only ordinances under the
this is
home
for
rule.
A grant.
Is it okay to do this resolution?
I don't know where that came from, but
somebody announced it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I remember that too, but this is a grant.
Well, I mean,
have to
we can,
support
the
the
charter
grant by
doesn't specify whether you can do resolution, you can do an ordinance, and you can do a minute order. It's just that whenever now, in order to pass a law, you can't do a minute order by it, it has to be an ordinance, and if you're gonna pass policy, it should be a resolution, so.
Okay, totally confused. Okay.
Okay, I don't know how to make it clearer. Before, I believe council was doing minute orders meaning that you would have a motion without an ordinance or a resolution, and you would just pass, approve it, or and move forward with the item. Now, because you're a home rule charter, you have to do an ordinance or a resolution.
Okay, well, before that was just, they said we couldn't do resolutions
I
for
saw
some
that too.
reason.
I agree.
So anyway, I'm glad we can.
I thought this was different because it was attached to a grant or something that you always have to.
You're going to have to do resolutions because a lot of these grants require, and a lot of state statutes require either resolution or ordinance. So we can't deny you the ability. You have the ability and the discretion to
Glad to hear that.
Okay, great. All right, so may I have a motion then to authorize this, or the action on the resolution authorizing this grant?
I
That's
so
what we need.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Jordan to approve this resolution authorizing the filing of the CDBG grant as presented by Mr. Demline. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay. Moving then to item number 7.8 under the regular agenda, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a resolution to provide transportation solutions to the Bandera Road corridor. And Ms. Kinsler's back again to present. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Nobody believes us, but we're going to get this Bandera Road thing fixed. The purpose of tonight's agenda item is to discuss and consider a resolution supporting transportation solutions to the Bandera Road corridor. A little background and supporting information for you. We have worked with UTSA by investing in a study to determine the economic development impact of TxDOT's proposed options for Bandera Road. So currently on TxDOT's table is to expand Bandera Road in the short term by a lane on each side, and then their long-term solution is a 2-lane flyover from 410 to 1604. So what we wanted to know was, as this began, what type of impact will that have on the economic development to the city of Leon Valley? And I think both Mayor Riley and I were very honed in on the sales tax component of it, until the team at UTSA said, what about your ad valorem taxes? This is going to have a significant impact on your ad valorem taxes as well, because you're going to decrease the value not only of the business properties under there, but also of the homes along the flyover because of noise pollution. You're going to divide your city again. Your city's already divided by 410. You will yet then divide it again. So they brought up a lot of other factors that I think we got very tunnel visioned into the sales tax component of it. So this study, as you know, was presented to the citizens during the annual town hall meeting in January. And so in addition to looking at the economic development impact, they also researched a boulevard design for Bandera Road. The City of Leon Valley's master plan includes Bandera Road as a business corridor currently, and it's the city's desire to continue to maintain it as a business corridor. One of the options proposed by TxDOT is to build the flyover that I just talked about as part of a congestion solution to 16. And the majority of stakeholders in the City of Leon Valley are opposed to this concept. The City of Leon, if you go back please, the City of Leon Valley, the City of San Antonio's Mayor Ron Nuremberg, and council representatives from District 7, Anna Sandoval, Senator Menendez and Representative Arevalo were working together so that we could attempt to provide transportation solutions to the Bandera corridor that would be good for all stakeholders, not just Leon Valley stakeholders. So during the town hall meeting, 88% of citizens voted in favor of the boulevard design that was presented to us by the team at UTSA for the Bandera corridor. The City of Leon Valley and its partners support an emerging multimedia corridor. It is the City of Leon Valley's desire for TxDOT to develop a boulevard as a street concept at grade for the Bandera corridor. The boulevard will provide connectivity to our local businesses and intersecting streets, and it's going to also offer a variety of other transportation modes. It's also our desire that Bandera Road be a destination for shoppers and for others, not just a pass-through, a means to get home, a thoroughfare. The City of San Antonio, and the letter is attached to your packet this evening. We have a letter in your packet from Mayor Nuremberg, but the City of San Antonio has formally requested that TxDOT's commitment to ensure that there's citizen input from the community and that the project considers the content sensitivity, land use coordination, economic development, housing infrastructure, all as part of their design process. And that all options on the table be relevant, including the boulevard concept, to determine the best outcome not only for Leon Valley but for the area. The city's further desire is to have an inclusive outreach to the citizens of Leon Valley and our surrounding neighbors to enable public engagement in developing the design. This process is going to continue, and it will combine the desired public input and analysis of the site configuration that includes the current existing conditions. So you've seen the boulevard concept. They drove you down the street during the presentation at the town hall meeting. But what impact does this have to the city? If we were to go, or if we were to decide to support the resolution this evening, and TxDOT were to approve the boulevard concept and all other stakeholders were on board, the temporary fiscal impact that it's going to have to the cities would be the barriers to accessing businesses during the construction phase of this, because this would be a project that would be paid for by TxDOT, but it would affect our businesses while the project was being done. The more permanent fiscal impact, however, is going to be an attraction to the businesses through the thoroughfare because of the added aesthetic value and the accessibility that such a thoroughfare would provide to the city. You can see the C statement up there. It applies to all three. The next steps would be for us to, if approved, to send this resolution to TxDOT to continue to coordinate with stakeholders outside of Leon Valley. So if I were to leave here this evening with a resolution, I would certainly construct a letter and send that to TxDOT immediately. Mayor Nuremberg has already sent a letter to TxDOT. We would contact Councilor Sandoval and ask her to begin having regional or her own town hall meetings to make certain that she was getting input. And if we got all that coordinated with the stakeholders outside of Leon Valley, which is the second one, then we would ask TxDOT to approve the boulevard concept. If they approve of the approach, then at that point we would have to begin to work with the MPO and with TxDOT so that we could secure funding for this thing. So that I'm not providing any false illusions. Even if we were to have all these things done tomorrow with the coordination of Councilor Sandoval and the City of San Antonio, and we were to get the thumbs up from TxDOT, the funding probably is not but at least 5 years out, I would say. It's the funding is not in your immediate future, not in the next year or two. But right now, we have to agree on a design and a concept, and then we have to get TxDOT to agree to the same, so that then we can climb that next step and start working on securing the funding for this project.
There is a short-term funding option in the current MPO call for projects. This is every 2 years we get about 100. This year it's $150 million, and so there's like 48 projects, and you tally all for the whole region. It's 3 counties plus part of Kendall. It's like $425 million. So the needs outweigh how much money we have. But what I'm trying to say is the city of San Antonio has submitted for funding out of that $150 million, $8 million. And this is to study 8 corridors in the region. And they've said to me that we'd like to take out a corridor and put Bandera Road in because y'all have done so much work. So that's what we need. We need short-term funding to start engineering it, to see if it's even feasible. Right. So we'll see. We'll know in the next, let's see, it comes to MPO in March, and then we vote on it in April, and it goes to TxDOT in May. So that's the short-term piece. The long-term piece, I agree. We don't have the funding. And I believe what they said at the town hall, we're not going to see anything accomplished for another 7 years. That's how long it's going to take to,
I was hoping for groundbreaking in 5, but you're
they
right.
said 7 years, but anyway.
Nonetheless, this will be the biggest economic development project Leon Valley's ever seen.
Exactly. And State Representative Justin Rodriguez has taken the initiative and has called a meeting for Leon Valley, City of San Antonio, his office, TxDOT, in March. So it is being planned, and so it's starting. And I ran into Councilor Sandoval this morning at City Hall. I had another meeting down there, and so she was curious as to where her resolution was, and I said, oh, it's on tonight's meeting, and we'll get it to you as soon as we can, because she said she wanted to be sure that TxDOT got both the mayor's letter and our resolution before we went to this meeting about the boulevard concept. So
you approve it tonight, they'll have it tomorrow.
Yep. So that's it. Yes.
And I make a motion that we approve this?
Excuse me.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say that it was important because the news report, not too long after the town hall meeting, came out with TxDOT on where they were discussing it, and they said, well, they had this meeting and they said they wanted this, but we haven't heard one thing from them. And this is, once we've got this done, we need to also get some publicity and say, hey, we've got it to them and we're waiting on TxDOT.
Mayor, Councilor Alcacer, I think that's an excellent point. And with our resolution, I'd be happy to write a press release and mass distribute it.
There you go. That's a great idea.
All right. Mr.
Good
idea.
Staff recommendations are above.
Councilor Jordan had a comment as well.
No, I agree. And also, I think it's very critical that the stakeholders that are at the table are Leon Valley citizens, as well as the businesses that are from Leon Valley, instead of other people considering themselves stakeholders and, kind of determining what our future is, number one. Number two, I saw something on the news shortly after our meeting, town hall meeting, that TxDOT's preference was the overpass to 1604. So I don't know where the information came from, but that's what was reported. So it's very important that we as citizens of Leon Valley, the business owners and everyone have a say-so at the table, and we are aware of the process that's going on during this construction.
Right. Something that Dr. Romero had made in her report for the town hall meeting was people wanted to know the timeline. That was really important, and they wanted to continue the dialogue. They didn't want now, okay, I gave our opinion, now we're in the, no, they want to be kept in the loop, and that's why Ms. Kinsler, your point about Counselor Sandoval needing to have her neighborhood meetings. I mean, we've had one neighborhood meeting. We got a good consensus, but we need to just continue and keep everybody in the loop because that's how it's going to get done, I think.
Well, and I agree 100%. And I think one more point of clarification, probably for you and Councilor Alcacer in particular, is TxDOT knew what we were doing. They were very clearly knew what we were doing. We told them we were getting a study and that they would hear back from us as soon as the study was completed and as soon as your citizens told us what they wanted. Your citizens told us what they wanted in the end of January. We waited to put this on the agenda because we were waiting for Mayor Nuremberg's letter so we could submit them together. As soon as we got this Mayor Nuremberg's letter, this got on the agenda. So TxDOT knows exactly what we're doing. We've not brought them to design yet or the study yet because we wanted it to go to our citizens first. But we left that meeting very clear with them, very clearly knowing we didn't agree with the flyover and we were going to have a study done and we would meet with them again after the study.
So glad you brought that out. And I see them every month at the MPO meeting, and I always said, oh, well, we haven't got the report back. I always gave them an update. So, yeah, it's just hard. They don't know anything else but adding lanes. That's all. You know, it's outside their comfort zone, I think. So we're really challenging them to do something different. But let's see what happens. Let's see if it can be engineered and it can become a reality, and we can find the funding.
So I'm recommending approval based on the input you received from your residents at the town hall meeting, the independent UTSA study, the input that you received from the city of San Antonio and the other elected officials. The input has been consistent.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Well, I can remember a few years ago we had a meeting with TxDOT and we brought this subject up, but we were just a little city of Leon Valley and that we were the only stakeholder at the time. But now it's good that San Antonio is a stakeholder. We have our state representatives that are jumping in to support us. So it's just not a little Leon Valley issue anymore. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we authorize this resolution as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Martinez and a second by Councilor Edward to approve the resolution regarding Bandera Road Corridor as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Next, yes. The next agenda item is number 7.9, presentation, discussion, and possible action for the City of Leon Valley's 4th of July 2018 event. And Ms. Postley is here to present. Good evening and welcome. Yes, I read what you have. Wow,
And
what
we're
a
2
day.
weeks early.
I'm sorry?
We were going to bring this to you March 20th.
Yes.
But we're bringing it to you today because we do need some decisions made.
Okay.
So we can move forward with preparations.
Right, on the food booth cost.
Right, well, yeah, a few things.
A few more things.
So the schedule I'm going to give you is our proposed schedule based on the input we've had from the council so far. So what we're proposing is to begin with the Pioneer Run at 7:30, and that would go to about 8:45, followed by the first annual Soapbox Derby, which I'll add, we've got people lining up for that, and we haven't even got it off the ground yet. So
Any information? So how'd they find out about it? Through through Chief. It's you're the culprit. Okay.
So I'm going to let him
Right.
talk about that
Sure.
in a minute because it is kind of exciting, but it's going to bring a lot more, a lot of fun and more people. So what we're proposing that to begin at Evers, at Timberleaf, and go down to Poss and Evers, and that would go from 9 to about 10 o'clock. The kids are just going to fly through that.
What time is the fun run done? Oh, there we go. That's what
Fun
I
run
wanted.
is done at 8:45. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just realized you're not Crystal.
Thank
goodness.
And these times are not set in stone, right? These times aren't set in
Well,
stone, right?
they are in our proposed plan.
Okay.
Okay.
All
So
right.
then the parade, while the soapbox derby would be going on, the parade is being lined up and we're getting all that going. Then the parade would kick off at 10:30 and last about 11:30. And the proposal for that is to begin where you normally begin, but to take it all the way up to Carvel, to the parking lot, just to make that a little bit easier because we've had a lot of congestion. And now you're not Todd. Okay.
And then we'd walk back.
And we'd walk back. No, there would probably be a few of you would be pulling over quicker, but the majority of the parade route would last or go all the way up to Carvel because you do have a lot of people sitting on the road past the park and past the Little League.
Is there going to be a marching band in the parade this year?
I don't know yet
Well, I'm
because
just
we
sitting
haven't
here-
put the parade, we haven't put any of the flyers or the applications out because we need decisions made tonight if possible. So after the parade ends, the pool and water activities would begin from noon to 2. Okay, and those I don't know what they are at this point because once you've signed your contract with your pool management company, we would be asking them to assist in some pool activities. Okay.
Actually, Sandra, just so you know, we have a meeting at 5 o'clock tomorrow with them, and this is one of the things we'll be discussing with them.
Along with that, we have a couple other, suggestions to present to that committee. There were some, what was it, greased watermelons in the pool, and not greased, not like it's going to hurt the water, but something. I don't know. Sounds like crazies to me, but there's a lot of. It was your idea, wasn't it? Yes. But so there's a lot of ideas like that going back and forth, and of course, Ms. Chasen had suggested a water dunking booth, but that would be at the festival later.
That would be at the festival.
Right. We are anticipating that we'd probably be in a drought and water restrictions, so we don't want to waste water, but then at the same time, we want to cool people off, so that is considered.
We're watering the grass.
I'm sorry?
We'll be watering the grass there.
Well, not at the park grounds because we don't want people to be trampling around in mud during the actual festival. But so then the festival would start. We're proposing that it would start at 5 with the vendors coming in and setting up between 2:30 and 4:30. The fireworks again would be at dusk, 9:30, and they would last about 20 minutes. And one of the things that we had discussed during the after meeting last year was that it would have been nice to have the band play maybe 30 more minutes after the fireworks show so people could leave and not have this mass exit at the end there. So that is something that we would also be considering with the band. Okay, so that is our proposed day. Some decisions that I need.
Can we go back? Because I have a concern that it's really, really cool. I mean, it's in other words, we're not going to be able to go to the soapbox derby because we got to be in the parade, or I mean, if the stars align, But is it just? I don't know.
You can be right there. It's right there.
Well, no, it's at the Church of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, but you can
That's
be
right up the
Evers
street.
and where's Timberleaf?
Chief, go ahead.
It's right there before.
I'm gonna let Chief explain the Pinewood Derby because it is
I don't know.
really
I just
fast, and
15 minutes between
It's
each
right there
thing. I think
before.
it's a little tight.
So, hello.
Yes,
So,
hello. But where is
so
Timberleaf?
Timberleaf
Timberleaf is which street is it? It's Grass Valley.
It's the first street from Evers or from Heavener on Evers. It's that first street.
Oh, it's the first street.
So the
Okay.
start is if you're up there lining up in the parade, we hope everybody comes up to the sidewalk and cheers the kids on, and sees the launching of these kids.
They going to be in the street?
Oh yeah, they're
Not
gonna
on
fly
the
down the hill.
sidewalk. The street. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's closed, Mayor. It's closed.
I've never been to a soapbox derby
Well, they
thing.
can't do
you
it
know?
on a sidewalk.
Huh? Okay. Now they have to make their own cars. You're going to have all these guidelines, right?
So there's an official All-American Soapbox Derby Association.
Okay.
It's legit. It's real, and they have like a championship series. I know all over the country, and they have a actual championship soapbox derby race in I think Canton, Ohio. You have to buy a vehicle from them in order to be endorsed by them and comply and meet all their waiver requirements and all of their rules. And the winner of the soapbox derby here would be eligible to race in Ohio or another race and move in a circuit.
How much is that kit?
Depending on the type of endorsement we do, it would be $500 or $1,200, and I can't remember the differences. One is a gravity challenge where it's open to age groups, and that would be my recommendation because it's our first year. So that would be the $500. We would get a logo, an official logo. We would get stickers. We would get the waiver sign, all the legal stuff that we need, and we would be on the map as a soapbox derby in Texas, which is I think we're the only ones. We brought this up as a feeler to see what kind of interest we would get, and I had one business already buy a car, and he's already built it.
No.
And I'm like, wait a second here. Hold on.
Oh my
and then he
gosh.
called his friend and his friend and his friend who owns a business, and they're saying, we're buying cars. Whoa, wait a second. We have to get this approved first.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, do you have a limit of how many you can have?
Well, we have an hour. So
Oh, okay.
We're going
So
to plan to throw the kids down the hill.
and it's time, I guess. It's the fastest time, right? From the top of the hill to the bottom of the hill?
So I don't know. We're going to have to take a test run. I'm buying a car myself.
Okay.
And
so who's going to be in it? Are you going to be in it?
No.
Oh, no? I don't. Are there small cars then? See, I've never been to a soapbox derby, I'm telling you.
No.
I'm very ignorant here.
They're age group 7.
I thought they were going to be on
Betty
the
in one.
sidewalk. I mean, that's how stupid I was.
No, it's age group 7 to 13.
Okay, 7 to 13.
We have a nice slope from Hebner all the way to Post Road. The bridge will be open, so if the brakes fail, I'm just kidding. They have a brake.
Yeah.
They are basically
Okay. No, I've never
one of
seen
our
one of these.
one of our businesses is going to build a ramp that the kids get launched into,
Okay.
strapped into, and then he
Okay.
pulls a lever, and the two kids would be introduced by a DJ or somebody, and they would fly down the hill. We're hoping the speeds are less than 20 miles an hour. They have to weigh the same exact weight, so we would test the car and check the distance to make sure that we're not going to 50 miles an hour or something.
Wow.
And
interesting.
A lot of the businesses, what a lot of businesses are saying is I'll buy a car, I get to put my logo on it, I get to be part of a really cool, unique event that's not like anything else around here, and I get to pick a local kid that is doing good things in the community and reward him and have him drive my car, and it gets to be on TV, and I get to take the car back when I'm done and put it in my shop or somewhere on display, and then do it again each year. I'm in. I'll do it, absolutely. So some of these guys are spending upwards of $1,000 for a car because they're putting graphics and it's advertising for them. So kind of cool. But that's the official Soapbox Derby car, is that red one on the top. That's basically what it looks like. And you can see the hill is a little bit more. That's actually a little bit more steep than what we have. There's the ramp, the starting ramp. They have to wear a helmet. They're ages 7 to 13. The cars have to weigh the same. They have to be good in the community. They have to have basically good grades, a letter from their teacher, maybe another adult in the community, and be able to sign a waiver, and or their
Male
parents.
and female.
Male and female. It's open, and
Important.
and one of our businesses is basically saying, I'll sponsor I want to do the trophy. And I want to sponsor the ramp, and I this is fantastic. And then we had a radio station. He does a lot of advertising on Y100. So next thing you know, I get a visit from Y100 saying, when's the Soapbox Derby and how can we be involved? We would like to DJ for you, and we would like to have a car, a Y100 car, or a Magic 105.3 car, or something. So let us know how we can get involved. And so all of this is kind of on hold until
Yeah.
We know.
Well, it's,
Yeah,
when you
meanwhile,
s-
tell them what the city manager was doing,
So the city,
for the record.
city manager was telling me to wait, and she
Stop.
Yeah, she's told me to
Stop.
stop because I'm getting all these cars coming in,
Yeah.
and I had to stop.
Yeah.
It wasn't approved.
Well, but the thing is, you're saying it's an hour. You have to time it, right?
So
What, 20 seconds to go down that hill, or 25 seconds maybe?
in a
or-
minute apart.
Oh,
you
maybe,
know.
yeah.
So this is all new to us. We're thinking two per run.
Per run.
And we'll introduce the drivers and the cars that are racing, and we will let them loose and see. I'm guessing less than 2 minutes they'll be down the bottom of the hill, and there should be a nice finish line and cowbells and fun stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay.
And then we plan to display all the cars on the grounds of the 4th of July event in a cordoned off area, and have some information about Leon Valley's soapbox derby and rewarding kids and community that are doing good things, and these are the local businesses, and that gets 20,000 people looking at it or walking by it, and those are bound to get a lot of attention. It's very unique, and all the business owners are basically. Again, I told him to wait. He ordered a car. He's sending me pictures. It's built, and I'm like, wait a second. And then next thing you know, we have more cars being ordered. I'm like, hey, hold on. So I think, I'm gonna guess 10 cars for the first year. It'll probably be more than that. And if we have 20 cars, we'll just run them. We'll load them up as quick as we can and throw them down the hill.
Okay, so they pay $500 for the car, and do they have an entry fee into the derby? Or
So
is it free?
the way we felt was, if they're sponsoring the car and they're giving a local kid an opportunity, then
Okay, that's it.
we would just
Yeah.
waive
Okay.
the fee.
Yeah.
If they want to make a donation to maybe a worthy cause, that'd be fine. I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Can I just say this?
and
I
have a
don't know
sponsor.
how long he's been sitting on that, but
Uh-oh. You didn't know it either, right?
no, but it was kind of funny because when Ms. Kinzer said, "Oh, you're doing this," I said, "Okay, let's do something that's family and kind of old timey." I said, "Chief, I'm thinking like a soapbox derby." Whoa, here it is. It's like he just pulled it out and he's got it all just planned out. So I don't know. I think he's been waiting for an opportunity to do this, but it is something that is unique. It's fun, and it's for the kids.
Chief, did you do soapbox derby when you were a kid?
No.
Oh, I was just wondering how you knew about it.
But
We're excited about it.
Little Rascals,
Boy Scouts.
Little Rascals.
Boy Scouts had the little cars.
No, Little Rascals.
Oh, Little Rascals. Oh, gosh.
And I'm just going to tell you that in the middle of the night, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
somebody may or may not take that car down the hill and see how things operate.
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh. Here comes Chief. He's going to give you a ticket. Yep. Okay.
That may or may not. So.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, that's
of course-
great. Well, it
So
sounds
why
like
don't
it's
we
going to
do
be a
the
success.
the parade first and then the others, because the people are there and
Well, there's so many
everybody
people on
can
the side, though.
can
But they're going to
see.
be there anyway, right?
Right, but they'll, they won't be used to the fact that something's happening, but they can be aware it's about to happen.
I guess we were just really trying to get it done early because the cars are going to get hot. It's summer. I
Not
don't
any
know.
hotter than the parade walkers.
Yeah, I'm also concerned about the safety of the kids. If you do it before the parade, you have a really, I don't know, I would like to ask Chief Salvaggio his opinion, because my thought is for traffic control and to close down those streets, the safest time for the kids would be before the parade, because so many people are used to leaving after the parade that would create
chaos.
Confusion. I don't know, I'm just thinking of the public safety aspect of it, and that's all, because I like having it after the parade, but.
You're saying after the parade. Is that
Yeah,
right?
because they don't leave in that area. That's all closed. They wouldn't be leaving in that area, and it gives everybody a chance to enjoy it.
Quiet it,
Because you would want to, it's just as much fun or more fun to see the end
Oh, yeah.
than to see just the beginning. And if you're in the parade is finished, then we can all see it. And I'll have,
To answer the manager's question, Mayor and Council, I think because it's going to be new, no matter if you put it before or after, we're going to have some struggles trying to make sure everybody knows it's there so that they're out of the street. Because prior to, you have people that are going back and forth across the street. They're hanging out on the street because it's closed. Afterwards, everybody bails. And so no matter what we do, we're going to have to communicate with the people that are there. So it's going to be work for us to notify everybody either way.
So we also thought about adding some hay bales on the sides to kind of keep the.
Well, I was going to say
out.
for crash purposes, you know.
everybody will sit on
Everybody was thinking that.
And we do have some interesting sponsors, some JB Wolf Sheds, Signs Now, proposed owners,
sponsors.
vehicle owners, they're like NASCAR owners here. So
Okay.
Signs Now, a concrete company, Alamo Pizza, and that's in San Antonio.
I was going to say, that's not even in Leon Valley.
A bail bondsman, and I don't know
Really?
if that's a good one.
Bail's
He's and the police chief and fire chief are going to have cars, and we were thinking about racing each other, but the bail bondsman wants to race the police chief's car.
Oh my
and for
gosh.
a photo op, but I
Well,
don't
this
know
is
how
going to
that.
be a hoot. We're going to have to see this. I don't
But
want to miss it, see? That's what I was
think-
saying. I don't want to miss it.
I think it has a potential to get really big.
Uh-huh.
And so with a time constraint, it may be better to have after the parade, but I just, we're in an unknown. If
Yeah.
I cut it off at 10 cars and say, this is what we're going to do, if you want to do it before, we'll cut it off and just say, this is new. We have 10 cars, that's it.
Okay. I know you've been wanting to say something, Mr. Martinez. Councilor Martinez.
I would, if we keep it before, I think we need to delay the parade start half an hour. Because, if you get 20 cars, by the time they get up on the ramp, or, they're going to want to show their car off. And then you load it up on the starting ramp, and, people are going to be photo ops. And, you're not going to be able to start a race every 2 minutes. It's going to take 10, 15 minutes to start each race. So, I'd be more inclined to do the race after the parade. That way you don't have any time constraints. Or start the parade a little bit earlier. And,
Right. Well, we would start it earlier if we were if we were reversing them.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would say we should do the parade first, maybe even earlier, and then the soapbox derby, and no holds barred. If you get 30 people wanting to race, let 30 people race.
Okay.
And don't forget, you're also going to want to get a champion. So you might end up with the races, double elimination type.
That's the plan.
Yes, and we grab a pulse car.
Don't forget about that.
And the kids tolerate the heat better than the adults do.
So you want to flip it?
I would say let's flip
Okay.
it.
Is that a consensus?
Why don't we start the parade earlier than we normally do, earlier
Yeah,
than 10?
You usually start at 10, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
9:30. 9:30 is the latest, but Cassie, what would you like to say?
Sitting, waiting with everyone for the parade to start for the last few years, we've all complained about how it's so late and so hot and all the shade is gone and everyone's burning to death. So I would say start the parade earlier because the kids in the cars are going to at least have a breeze. And then
Let's
just
do
people
it
that
at
want to watch
9.
the cars can find shade and move around and whatever. So
Let's do it at 9. Yeah, might as well.
I'm all for it.
Okay.
9 o'clock?
They moved the Fiesta parades, like the Battle of Flowers, much earlier.
They did it much earlier. That's right, this year.
Okay.
They used to be at 1:30. That was really hot.
Because it's going to be an extended stay on the street for the parade and the derby, we should suggest to people to bring their umbrellas. So for that scenario.
Okay.
Well, we'll just have to let everybody know because now I'm thinking, okay, you're going to go down Evers, you're going to turn on Posh, you're going to go all the way to the skate center, but then we have to turn around and come back for the soap opera derby. I mean, I don't mind because I love to walk, but I want a good seat, though. They're going to all be taken.
I think we
Yeah.
we had talked about using the annex as the announcer's spot, so of course you would
Oh,
be
the
there.
annex. Okay, right there on the corner.
We'll save you a
Mhm,
seat.
The library annex.
Right. I think there's a porch on there you can all fit on.
All right, that's a
Okay.
winner.
With shade.
Everything else sounds good?
Well, you'll just flesh out the swimming pool competition or whatever, and then also you'll give us a rundown of the entertainment whenever you have that secured, which you
Definitely.
Okay, very good.
This is just to get the vendor and the parade applications on the website tomorrow, because I've got people waiting.
Okay.
Oh, the ride's part of it? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go right ahead.
Yes.
I was just going to say, the pool option should be left to be a little longer, because if you have a lot of kids participating, the 2 hours is a short window. And since there's a long time between the 2 and the 5, the pool stuff can be longer. The kids will be there anyway.
Right.
Keep
Well, the
them in
pools
the
will be
pool.
open, I believe. So they'll still be there. We're just asking for some, like, I don't know, more like Fourth of
That's for
July type
longer
of
time,
things.
right.
I think Ms. Wayman had suggested maybe doing hot dogs or something at the pools, but that we'll report back on once we talk to the pool company.
And will that also be free and open to all the kids?
Yes.
Or, okay.
It should be, yes.
Okay.
I remember the one thing that was a problem with that was that the concession stands, they're going to want to sell their products from there. So we'll report back on that.
Okay.
But you want to extend it from
That's
Well,
a good
yeah,
point. I
12
really
to-
do.
Well, just, and give them the option. The pools can work with the
Okay.
time frame too.
12 to 5 or whatever.
Well, they could go 12 to 4 easily, you know.
Right.
Okay.
And kids love that
All
heat
right.
of the day.
So then, one of the decisions I need is that since we're shortening the actual festival from 5 to 10:30, did you want to leave the vendor fees the same? I've listed them on the next slide.
This was noon to 10 p.m., these fees? Or
I think-
noon
I
to
believe
10
so.
p.m.?
I believe that's when people were in the park
And
last year.
so now that we're,
Right after the parade. Mm-hmm.
Now they're 5 to 10.
So, what, 5 hours knocked off? 5 hours less?
5 hours less from what I understand, from 12 to 4, they weren't, okay, 5, they weren't selling much, so they weren't making much money anyway, so they were set up and sitting there waiting.
I would say knock $100 off each fee.
I mean, it's still going to cost the city the same to rent the booths and the fencing and all that stays the same, so we don't get a reduction because it was shortened. I mean, the stuff's going to be there.
But the vendors will, and that's knocking off $100 would be.
but we don't take any percentage, right?
Right.
So,
This, having run booths at Folklife, at Fiesta, at pretty much all the events have been in town here for many, many years. I can tell you that rate is so low that I can tell you for me, I would have, if I'd have known all along, we'd have brought stuff over here at the time. Because that rate right there is lower than anywhere you're going to find. Plus, they also take a percentage on top of that.
Yeah, usually they take a percentage. I knew that.
So I'm just giving you feedback on the other places that, booths are. The guys are going to be happy that for 5 hours, they don't need to be there, which we're making them be there before, to open up and be there the whole time when they weren't getting any business at all. So that's just my 2 cents
Okay.
from somebody that actually does booths and have been doing it for years.
What would be like the Folklife Festival? What would they charge?
You charge, it's probably, I don't know what it is today because it's been about 8 years since my last doing it, but it was probably a huge percentage.
Oh, huge percentage.
Huge percentage,
Okay.
plus a flat fee also
All right.
on top of that.
All right, thank you.
I
Any
had a
comments
question,
on that?
Chief. I had one question. Since we still have people on the road, either from the parade or from whatever going on, whether it's the pool party across the street or something, are we going to have the park accessible at all for any people coming in and saying, oh, there's some food?
Are you talking about before 5?
Yeah.
No, the fencing will be put up the day before, and staff will be out there. There'll be inspections going on of the rides. There's going to be a lot of activity to prepare for 5 o'clock. So no.
Just wanted to make that clear.
Mhm. Yes, Ms. Joseph?
Are we going to have bands again this year? And when will they be playing?
That is at the next meeting. Right now, it's just getting some final details on what time, but it'll be from 5 to 10:30.
Okay, so it'll just be the evening hours?
Correct.
Okay, and I have something else that I'll do after this.
I think just leave it like it is.
I did ask a couple of the vendors that have called me, and they didn't seem to mind. They actually seemed surprised that I'd even ask.
What time do the vendors set up at that point?
They're going to be able to come into the park at 2:30, and so they'll be able to set up they'll be setting up in the heat of the day. But that way, they're not interfering with the parade. We had a lot of, that was kind of chaotic.
What's the city charge? What's the city's being charged for the booth?
I have reserved a lot of stuff. I
said
don't
that- you
have
said
that
that
number in
city-
my head right now, but I mean, the fencing was, I think,
$8,000?
No, wait, I'm sorry. The toilets, I've got them all on hold already, so I can't, I've got a lot of numbers in my head right now. I would be guessing.
No, I'm not talking about like the fencing. I'm talking about
The actual booth.
The actual booth that they set up the vendor, the food in.
Yeah,
Those already.
Are we renting those? In
Yes.
other words, you're renting the booths, right?
Right, the city pays.
And you
for-
want to know what that is.
Right.
Mhm.
Are we?
And then what's our profit on top of that?
Okay, I can't tell you that right now.
Okay.
Can't either.
Why don't leave it the same, we have to try to.
But we're at least getting
I don't know. I
half
couldn't
the
answer.
price. If it's rented for 300 and we're paying $250, you have to have some idea what you rent a booth for.
Actually, Ms. Caldera just told me that the city owns the booths.
Owns all the booths?
Yeah, we own the ones, like, we've had 4th of July here for years. If I'm not mistaken, the ones we had every year, and I used to run the small 4th of July event years ago, and those booths were stored at Public Works. So just the metal framing, and then now the tarps and stuff that are put on those metal booths, I don't know, own those or we rent them, or we have to rent more booths. because
Okay.
it's a larger
And what if a vendor brings their own booth?
There was
Or
some
their
booth
own-
rental in that budget last year.
Still a booth rental? And I see the food, the truck vendors still have to pay. Okay.
Right.
All right.
As far as the actual, that I can't tell you, but there's still a huge expense to the city because the fences, the toilets, the porta coolers, the band, the electricians, the generators, the stage, it's a lot. And I think I've got everything on hold but the booths, so.
Well, if the feedback is that this is a low fee, then we're going to take a percentage, try leaving it at that level.
I will tell you that a lot of people have already called asking when can they apply, when can they get going. And I've explained to them that we're waiting because we are making some changes this year and that it's going to be an evening event. And they want in. So, I don't know. Because I believe it's 1 or 2 per category. So they're fighting to make sure that they get in before the next person. So.
Oh, by the way, Taco Bell would like to be, they're not going to sell food, but they want to have like a prize wheel or something. But Taco Bell wants to be contacted, and they want to be part of the event.
Noted.
Okay, yes.
Yes, I
Councilor
think
Jordan.
I would agree with Dr. Edwards. We still have an exorbitant amount of costs to put on this event, and a lot of times we barely break even.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. Last year we really
we
paid a
we
lot.
lost money, so I think it would be fine to leave it the same because previous vendors know exactly, know how many people come out, and they definitely get their money's worth, even in that short period of time. So actually, it'd probably be better and happier that they can maximize the time that they're here. Because we come in and set up at 2:30, but once at 5 o'clock hits, from 5 to 10:30, 11 o'clock, they're grinding it out and making a profit. So
Next year, we raise it and take percentage.
But
Yes.
is there any reason why we have to come up with a fee schedule tonight? Can that
It's
wait
on the
till
application form. So in order for me to put I mean, I don't want to spend a lot of time doing refunds or anything like that. I need to get it nailed down and get it put on the website because there are people waiting, hitting the refresh button to get that application.
Okay, 'cause I was just wondering if it's something that could be delayed, and then we do some research and find out what some of the other events are charging, and then
I did
make
that
a
already,
decision.
and I presented it in January.
Okay, I don't remember. Do you, off the top of your head, what are food booths costing at other events?
Nobody was doing what we're doing. Nobody. San Antonio, but San Antonio, the city itself didn't do it. They had them in different locations where they had, committees doing it, but none of the cities like Leon Valley size are doing it.
I think we ought to have the food vendor with the plywood floor pay $400. Make it all even like that, $300, $400, and $50 for electricity.
May I make a correction to what I just said, Mr. Martinez? None of the cities that responded to my question, my survey, did it.
Like Helotes has the Cornyball.
But that's Cornyball. We were asking for 4th of July.
Yeah, same. Just an event.
Right.
Well, I was going to also ask you, do you have forms from last year that you could use again this year?
Yes.
Without having to reprint?
Correct.
Let's just leave it, y'all. Because then that's a whole nother, if we change it, then we have to go through printing and, right?
Well, we have made a few changes. We're asking for the vendors' names, who's going to be working at their booths, their names, and the vehicles that they'll be driving. So that's been added to the application, plus the vendor number in the corner, just some organizational type of things.
Plus, they can get the application online.
Oh, okay.
So the printing's not that.
Okay. I didn't realize that. Okay.
So what I'm hearing is leave it the same with the exception of the food vendor with the plywood, raising that to 400.
I would do that. That's, the floor itself is worth that. $25, do 50 with it. Makes it an even number. I so move that we do everything that we've recommended with changes. Second. Thank you.
Is that all? Excuse me, is that all you needed?
No, ma'am.
No, she has more. So we can't make the motion yet.
No, you can do that one. I'll take
We can
one
make
as-
this motion
yeah,
first?
That's fine. Mhm.
Oh, well.
You've already made it. I
Oh,
just need a
yeah,
vote.
the theme name, that's a different issue.
Could I get a vote for the last motion and second?
Okay, wait a minute. We have a motion by Counselor Alcacer and a second by Counselor Edwards to keep the vendor fees the same as presented with the exception of the food vendor with the plywood floor, increase it to $400.
And the other changes that we made about
And then
the
the other
reverse.
changes about the order that we're going to do the parade first and then the Pinewood Derby, and we'll move the parade earlier. Is that correct? Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion does carry. So we've got it on those two. And now
On the theme,
the theme.
we were wanting to
We've
do
never had a theme, have we?
I know, but it's,
Oh, you know what I put down when I read that? I said, and you need the theme now, though, right? I said, let's do a contest in the city.
We're pushing for floats this year, so with awards and whatever. But so a theme would be fun, and we were thinking like a military appreciation type of event. So we asked the committee to give us some ideas, and Sherry Watson from the library gave us, I don't know, 30. So the committee
30
came,
names? I
like
mean, 30
different-
themes?
Yeah, it was. I don't know how she did that. So the committee fought
Pared
a
'em
little bit
down.
and came up with these 4 suggestions. Of course, we'll take anything that you want to give us as well.
I like the first one because
like
it's
the
so rhythmic, but what
yeah.
does it mean?
I know, that's exactly, out of all of that, the first one I like, but it's like, that's why I said, let's
If
get
it's a
some
na-
more
if it's
brains
a-
on this.
I'm sorry. If it's a military theme, then I guess the sea would be the Navy, the air would be the Air Force, and land would be the Army and the Marines. I don't know. No, Marines don't go anywhere without the Air Force, but we're not going to have that conversation.
But you're doing land, sea, and air to make it
What do you-
rhyme.
But we'll take suggestions.
Those of you that are in our chambers, what do y'all think? Come on, we need your help here. I mean, okay, all those in favor of land, sea, and air, Leon Valley is everywhere. Raise your hand. Okay, this is not working.
We have a lot of veterans here in Leon Valley, and you do have an older generation. We had parents that served.
But Lynn, we've got to, we're also recording, so I need you on the.
We have a lot of veterans, whether they're from World War II, Vietnam, Korea, Desert Storm. They should know what land, air, and sea are. That's just been, yeah, that's just been, right, David? It's always.
They should, right?
But I like the idea of definitely of tribute to veterans. The tribute to the troops or Stars and Stripes and soldiers is good, but I like the land, sea, and air. I think that, but
It's
I
more
guess
fun.
if you're targeting the younger generation, then maybe you need to stay with something that's the Stars, Stripes, and Soldiers that still honors. But that was all I was.
Okay. Anybody else?
Are we going to print on these right away?
I need it.
You need it? Okay.
Give me something else. I mean, we'll take something, anything.
Gosh, man.
Stars and Stripes forever.
Yeah, Stars and Stripes forever.
Well, that's so
We
common.
have to come up with a theme for Earthwise, and it takes a while. It takes a couple of
Well,
2-3
we couldn't do it,
meetings.
so that's why we're throwing it at you.
So,
How long did it take to get our new logo?
oh, to get our new logo took, gosh, 8 months, 6, 7 months. Took us long.
How about just tribute to the armed forces?
Somebody
to
was,
the armed
someone was
forces?
trying to make it so it flowed a little better. Yeah, that's why they did the tribute.
Well, in military terminology, everybody's not a troop.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Air
let's
Force,
go back to
we're-
land, sea, and air,
I'm just
Leon
saying.
Valley's everywhere. Because it has our theme, it has our name.
And I don't really like Leon Valley. Liberty, Lions?
No, I don't
That doesn't really resonate with me. So, okay. Star Stripes. Y'all said Star Stripes Forever? Is that what you said?
That's a song.
Oh, it is? Stars and Stripes Forever. Okay.
Well, I could.
Okay, Cassie,
we
come on.
that one?
We need some help here.
Well, if these are your choices,
Yeah.
the first one is the easiest one to think of for making a float for. So if you're trying to get floats, that's the one that brings the most imagination in mind. If you don't want them all to just be red, white, and blue streamers.
Yeah.
That's all. But it's not just these choices. I mean, if you have something else.
Mhm.
I think with the land, sea, and air, though, you might wind up getting people that are doing, staying with land. It's not going to be military affiliated. So you're going to wind up with things about land, things about sea, and things about air will be a tribute.
Well, it's the 4th of July, so hopefully
Yeah.
they get the idea.
And it's in the way we announce it.
July.
But I think your Stars and Stripes is going to get more.
Veterans from the valley.
Okay, Miss Chasen, do you have an idea? Yes, she does. She's coming up with something. Okay, watch out.
I was just thinking, since we have so many retired vets here, what about tribute to our troops, past, present, and future? That gets the people with the kids involved in what they look forward to and their goals. Just an idea.
Okay.
Troops. Tribute to our troops, past, present, and future. That gives a great variety for floats.
Okay.
Mayor, Chief Savaggio has something if
He's
you'd
got
recognize
something
him.
too. Okay, Chief, what you got?
I think it's because I'm a veteran. She asked me to actually, on land, sea, and air. I think
That yours?
No.
Oh.
I'm not creative, ma'am. So it's just on that one, you would just need to, with part of your packaging, have airplanes and soldiers and boats when you do that. So it just needs to be sold so that you understand what they're talking about.
Okay.
They are. If you talk to Mr. Garrity, he's got how many vets listed? And they're not necessarily all Leon Valley vets, but they're stationed here as part of the Veterans Committee. So they're everywhere.
Sandra, can you announce it as the theme by saying this year Leon Valley's parade theme will focus on the military. The parade theme is land, sea, and air. Leon Valley's everywhere. That way they understand that it's military
Absolutely.
themed.
I move for that.
I'll second that.
Land,
Sea and air, Leon Valley is everywhere.
Do I have a second?
I did.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilor Alcacer and a second by Councilor Ely for land, sea, and air. Leon Valley is everywhere with a preface before that, so everybody knows it's military. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Boom, you have it.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm done.
That's it. We're getting a little, yeah, it's getting late and we have another agenda item before we have citizens to be heard. And we have Ms. Caldera who is going to present, this is 7.10, presentation, discussion, and direction on possible city website update.
Okay, since I'm the one that does the PowerPoint, our clicker's broken, so I'm going to have to do my PowerPoint presentation from here if that's okay.
Oh, okay.
You can do it? Okay.
There you go. Teamwork.
There you go.
Teamwork.
Hold on. Sandra's a lot taller than me, so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can go to the next slide. So the purpose of this agenda item is to provide information on changing the city's website and to kind of get feedback from council on which direction you want to go in and what items I need to actually bring back for the city's website. Go ahead, next slide. So a little bit of just some background. In May of 2011, the city of Leon Valley left eSquare and switched to Revise for website hosting. Revise is a website host, but staff built the website page by page. So what we did was back in 2011 when we decided to switch, council went with the lowest cost. We had a committee that came forward with a bunch of bids on people being able to host our website. And Revise came in at the lowest cost, but the catch to it was that the city would have to basically, you build it, you put your own information in, they give you the platform and you build it from ground one. So when we did the first city website, the rendition of it, I was the one that kind of built the website. I'm not a web designer, so let me just start off with that. I think I was just selected because of my age range and said, you know, you can do this, and we put it together, but we put together a very basic website. And the idea was for all the items to be, at that time, 2 clicks away. So that was the goal for the first website. And so in 2017, Stephen Fimble and our former community development director, Christy Flores, at that point was in charge of the website. And so they went out and they redesigned our city website. So you can go to the next page.
But still with Revise, just
Still
to make
with
sure
Revise. So
that we're with the
Revise
same.
doesn't build your website.
Okay.
All they do is provide a platform. And they've got thousands and thousands of platforms. And they do, you know, a few thousand cities. I think I put the number up there for y'all to take a look at in the PowerPoint presentation. And they host a lot of different cities across the nation because they are fairly reasonable in price. But a lot of these cities have experts in their area as far as web designing and building websites. What ended up happening is you had, from myself over the time that when I originally built the website, over the years, what ended up happening was different, it changed hands. And so when it changed hands, things were just added and added on and added on and added on, and nothing was really taken down, or the concept of the 2-click went away, if that makes any sense at all. So, because
Got lost.
when I got it back was back in September when Stephen left October 1st, and I started going through the new website, and I wasn't a fan of the new website either because it was taking a long time to load. And so we had some issues from the very beginning. Go ahead, you can go to the next slide. So again, we were with Revise. Revise has 1,200 municipalities, and if you want to see the link, they're there. And again, they're across the nation. So some of the complaints we heard about the new website was that it's hard to see on a mobile device. So when you load the city website, it gives you the option to click to download an app for the homepage portion of our website. So if you haven't done that, you can certainly do that, and it makes it more visible to see on your mobile device. However, the platform that the city chose was a very large picture for the homepage. So if you have very slow internet or don't have good data service, it will take you a long time to load that homepage. And so sometimes it'll just run or buffer out or time out. And the initial launch of the website, what ended up happening, there were some coding issues. And so it was really taking a long time for the initial website to come up. And so we got tons of complaints in the beginning when the website was first launched. That has since been repaired, and it looks like the complaints have died down on the loading portion of the website. But I know people still have issues with it because it's a large JPEG. And so when you're looking at downloading that kind of resolution onto a mobile device or to basically any device, it's going to take a while for the homepage to load up versus our first website where I kept it at a minimum. I didn't have a whole lot of pictures on our website knowing that. Go ahead, you can go to the next slide. So when we decided to, go ahead and go to the next slide. So this was our very, very first website, just to kind of give you, I just kind of wanted y'all to take a look. And when we had this website, this was with the E-Square, we got tons of complaints on the clutterness, that it looked outdated, it was cluttered, we couldn't find anything, we needed to zero in our focus. And so when we went with Revise, go to the next slide, Chief. This was the first rendition from Revise. And so we had all the quick links to the left-hand side, no drop-down menus. I was a little bit more familiar with our audience here in Leon Valley. We have our demographics tends to be on the older side, and so people aren't used to drop-down menus. And so when I selected this website for our initial website launch back when we went to Revise, I had that concept in mind that residents aren't going to want to do drop-downs in trying to find items. Over time, though, the homepage began to be cluttered, and the concept of the 2 clicks kind of went away. And so what ended up happening is anytime a resident called or anytime a council member called, the staff person would just add on. And so we said, oh, we want, this item to be on the homepage, this item. So then those complaints started coming through again. Your website is becoming too cluttered. You have too much stuff up there. You're not utilizing it to its best ability. And so when Christy and Stephen, got the idea of updating the website, go ahead and go to the next slide.
You also had competing interests. If you go back one slide, you also had competing interests and complaints all the time about whose item was at the top. I got that all the time, and I know you did too.
Yes, and the other thing is that top section in the original plan was only supposed to be one story at a time. And at the very, if there was at the very bottom of that screen, there was what was called recent news, and you're not going to be able to see it there because I couldn't take it all without making the picture really weird. And so all the news articles should have been under recent news on this page, but everybody wanted their item on the front, and so Stephen and Christy were complying with that and loading the homepage with all these different stories, and recent news is way at the bottom and kind of squished, and people were kind of complaining that didn't look right, it didn't look professional. At the very top, the navigation bar, people wanted more navigation bars, and so we started running the navigation bar off the line there for a little bit. We got it back. We fixed it. So there was just, we started getting complaints. So they went ahead and they decided to update. Go ahead, go to the next slide. And this is what we came up with. And so what they decided to do was move everything to drop-down menus. But our audience here isn't used to utilizing drop-down menus. And they didn't really take that into consideration. But I think our biggest fail in launching this website was
front picture is when it loads on to applications, it was buffering out. People weren't able to load the homepage, and so they would get frustrated and they would call us and saying the website's not working. They can't get to certain items. They can't find certain items because items have moved. We basically have told people, and so the people that kept calling, is every item that was on the original homepage on the quick link side is now on the quick link side drop down menu, and that seems to have helped a little bit in some of the call volume in regards to finding information on the website. But again, the major concern is loading that homepage picture, because if you can't even get the front page to load, you're not going to be able to find the quick links at the top. Well, go to the next page. So if you want to redo the website, you have to go to a different platform. The cost to go to a different platform is $5,700. These funds are not budgeted for FY18. Go ahead, go to the next slide. And then you can go through these pretty quickly, Chief. This is San Marcos's website. Go again. This is Live Oak's website, Universal City, Alamo Heights, Chavano Park, Balcones Heights, New Braunfels. And so I kind of wanted y'all to see, and I just picked the cities that were around here. They all have the loaded picture problem. If you look at all those pictures, it's a large picture. Very few items are on the home page. It's clutter-free. They operate on a drop-down menu. So I think when Stephen and Christy were looking at these, they were taking into account what other cities were doing. And so these are very much like what other cities are doing. And so lots of large pictures, very few icons, all drop-down menus. Unfortunately, our audience isn't used to using drop-down menus, and so there's some issue there. And then when you get to our drop-down menus, again, over the years, people have just added on. And so it's taking more than two clicks to get to a meeting or to get to code enforcement, which it shouldn't be that way. You should be able to get to code enforcement or some of these other areas within two clicks. And so my recommendation is that we do expend the funds, or we take a look at maybe changing up the homepage. I can do some edits to the homepage with some of the button features that are up there. If y'all want to stick to that same concept, we can keep it and not expend the funds this year, and I can change the buttons. If you go, Chief, back to what our page looks like now. So if you go there, those buttons that say Forms and Docs, E-News, Lions Roar, and I added a 4th of July button to help Sandra out, but I can change those buttons a little bit. I can change the quick links at the top. The news and announcements can change. The calendar's still going to be at the bottom of the page. You're not going to see it there because this is just a picture, but we have the community events calendars at the bottom of the page. Most people were used to seeing that on the right-hand side at the top, so we get some complaints about that. And that's just the platform that it's on. I can't move the calendar on the homepage. Yes, sir.
I think it's very hard to use. I don't want to be real critical and mean-spirited about this.
No, be critical. I didn't.
First of all, I don't think that's a good picture.
Well, the picture can be changed.
I wouldn't waste any effort trying to get that to pull up on anything. I don't think it's worth the effort. But then, like, I go in and try to find something like some kind of event. It's hard to find. It's not user-friendly.
So and that's the thing is if you're looking for an event, you would scroll down to the community events calendar and the event would be there. We don't have a section on our website that has an events listing, so that may be something that needs to be added.
Like for Earthwise, I couldn't find it.
Right, so Earthwise was just on the community events calendar, and in the past, typically we would just put the posting
right there.
Right.
It was on E-News.
And it was on E-News. We have other forms of communication, but if you're looking at we're just looking at the city website. So if you're just looking at the city website, y'all were very used to it being, you opened your page and the information was there for whatever event was happening that weekend. So there you go. We have an event. It was right there. You open the page, and that was our old website. So people got used to that. Typically, the events would be on what other cities are doing, and it may not be for us. What other cities are doing is they put them on the community events calendar. So Earthwise and all those community events, all you have to do is go to the home page, scroll all the way down. There's an events calendar down there. All our events for the library, for Earthwise, are all on that. You just click the calendar and it's all there. But again, if y'all feel that this isn't what Leon Valley is looking towards, then we can certainly take a look at a different platform. But again, it's going to cost about $5,700 to change platforms.
I would like to give it to a high school or college student from Leon Valley. They can do it, and they can update it and make suggestions, and just doing and we'll spend a lot less money than that. They know. So they're not building. So what Revise does not build the website. What happens on your website being built? So this platform here, all they're doing is providing a platform for you. The city of Leon Valley is building the website, and what ended up happening, because we're changing staff, a resident would call and say, I'm on the Public Works page and I don't see 4th of July on Public Works page. Well, they would just add it there because some resident called and they were just trying to compromise with whoever was calling, and they would just add it to wherever this person said. So when we make a change, I wasn't involved in adding certain items. So like, for instance, the waste management, that's probably one of the best examples. Over the years, whoever it was, I knew where all the items were for waste management. I knew I had it on the Public Works page. We also knew we had it under the residence page, and those were the two areas. Over the years, people were calling, I guess, how do I set up my trash service? And they said, well, where are you looking? Oh, I'm looking on, community development's page. So then they added it there. And then they said, oh, well, somebody else would call. I'm looking at this page, and they would add it there. So when we changed trash services from waste management to Tiger, and I got the website back, I had no idea all the places they had placed how to set up your trash. And so some of the pages got changed, some of them did not. And so that's kind of what happened. And I think what needs to happen is the website needs to get broken down back into basics and just have the departments again like it used to, the relevant information that it used to, and only the events get placed on the homepage, not into internal pages.
It's like it's kind of hard to find like the agendas.
Yeah, you have to go to the quick links. You got to go to the mayor and council.
No,
you
quick
go to the
links,
agenda.
public that one's a two.
That's what I do.
That one's quick
Go
links,
4 or
public
5.
meetings, city council. So, but see, so everybody, so this is the issue is that everybody thinks differently. If you were to call and say, this is where I think it should be quick links, city council meetings, and we put it there. Somebody else calls like, I'm looking for it, where I'm not going to the right place, and we put it in a different, everybody just navigates very differently. But there are things that definitely we can do to improve this website. Me going through it and getting it back and having all these complaints come through, we definitely need some changes.
Okay. I think someone who knows what they're doing from beginning to end ought to handle it.
I agree. That's
okay, Councilor Martinez.
Okay. And I don't think that person is stepping up here, but I mean, I do know people who can do it, and
well, when we did this right here, when we first did Revised in 2011, we had a committee, and it was a couple of counselors, and then
did. So what all the committee.
Kathy Hill, I was on that committee, and
So
there was
what y'all-
you and a couple other people on
What
Revised.
y'all did was pick the platform. Y'all did not build the website.
Okay,
So that
we did.
So again, all you're looking at is the way the homepage is going to look, and there's about 1 million different ways on how the homepage is going to look, and the buttons that are available on the homepage. So, but the building of where everything goes was done by staff, and I'm telling you, over the since 2011, has just been added on and added on, and so
now
it's
it's
got
really big
convoluted.
and cluttered.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead,
Okay,
Mr. Martinez.
okay. There's Crystal. There's a couple issues that I have.
Okay.
Number one, the website is not mobile friendly. If you're using your cell phone to get on here, I can't find stuff on there, and I even have trouble finding stuff on the website on my computer. But forget that right now. I can't believe you're spending $5,700 for hosting. You can go to GoDaddy and get a dedicated service for $70 a month. or if you don't want a dedicated server, you can get one for $18 a month. So web hosting is dirt cheap. You can go to One-on-One in England and get a website for $1.98 or something.
It's not just hosting, so you're looking at a platform. So
Okay,
in order
you're
to,
talking different animals. Web hosting is just giving you a position to load a website onto the internet. That's web hosting, okay? The platform that you pick is a completely different issue.
Right.
That is where you get a web designer.
Right, so we pay $5,700, that's a one-time cost. So
For
when
what? For what?
For the platform. So
that's not including hosting.
no, we pay $1,900 a year on hosting or $1,800 a year on hosting.
What?
Yeah.
We're getting ripped off
Mayor,
there.
Councilor Martinez, Crystal, I may have a solution. Brandon House, this is what he does. He works for, one of the things he does, he works for USAA. No, where'd he work? I forgot where you work.
So
But I
I've
know
already
this is
reached
what
out
you
to
do.
Brandon.
He has agreed to assess this and let us know exactly what we need.
Well, he hasn't actually agreed yet. I asked
He
him.
just did with me.
He did? Oh, okay.
I just went back there.
Oh, I'm like, I
Behind
sent
your
him
back.
I sent him an email, but we've been going back.
Go ahead. Yeah, Kelly went and talked to him.
So by profession, I'm a multimedia developer. So optimizing images, all the stuff that she was talking about. I have developed websites. The first step that I recommend for the website is to get an org chart.
Get a what?
Like an organization chart.
An organization chart.
Yeah, basically a site plan.
Okay.
Find out everything we have currently.
And where it's located.
Where it's located, simplify it.
And then you'll find the duplications.
Right. And so through links, through smart linking, you can eliminate majority of the duplicates. Basically, the biggest thing we would need at this point is a site map, basically. So that's just, I need to spend the time to work with Crystal and get that going.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds great.
Yes, that sounds wonderful. Would you? Well, you don't want any help.
Huh?
You don't want any help.
Well, her help.
No, but I mean, you don't want to. But I'm just saying, if y'all work together and come back, I just would like to get more other people's input on what you come up with. Because, like you said, everybody. That's a good point. Everybody looks at something different.
I think probably a good compromise would be let us work together, come up with something, and then present it at a coffee where there's a lot more residents there, or
that's a good idea.
And see what they and
The
give us
28th of April.
some feedback. And it may not be. I don't know if it'll be in April. We'll move as quickly as we can. I don't know Mr. House's schedule right now, but we can certainly work together to get a site plan of the website and try to make some changes. My real direction is whether or not y'all want to change the homepage and that picture, that loading of the picture, or those
change the homepage.
It doesn't have to be a high-res graphic. It can be a low-res graphic.
It used to be a nice thing that flowed, like you see in many, there were 4 or 5 pictures.
Yeah, I like that.
Things like that were interesting.
Right. So
Let him look at it, Crystal,
Yeah.
and let's go from there.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
I like this page better than our current page. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I really do. I could find out more stuff on that former page than this page. This page I'm hunting and but here at least it gets you some information.
Okay, so then I'm going to work with Mr. House and then maybe come back to y'all. Hopefully, maybe.
Brandon, thank you for your volunteer spirit. He's a volunteer, right? He's been wanting to get involved in the city.
Mayor,
so this
Council,
is perfect.
for the record,
I
I asked him to do an assessment, and then we would discuss what it would cost. So he is volunteering for the assessment.
Good. That's one step. That's
Okay,
great.
just want to make sure.
Thank you.
We're good. Thank you.
All righty. So we've got the direction. Do we need a motion on that? I think we're okay. All right, citizens to be heard. Anyone left that would like to say something? Ms. Joseph, go right ahead. I don't know any of that.
I have a question. Last year at the, didn't know that. Last year at the 4th of July, I attended early, and stayed until one of the bands was, I didn't stay for the big bands, and that's when the crowd really hit the park. And I have several friends that live in San Antonio that came specifically for that, and they were very concerned and freaked out about the fencing because they didn't know where exits were. They only knew about being funneled into that one gate off of Poss and Evers. Yeah. And it was extremely packed. So did we have signs up or anything that says where exits are, or? It was several people that I've heard from.
I can't remember whether there were signs for exits.
I don't recall any big signs that you could see when you're inside saying, oh, there's an exit, there's an exit. I just happened to walk, and so I knew you had two entrances on Poss.
I can't say that there were signs. I don't, but to be honest with you, I can't say that I've ever been to one of these events that had like exit signs on it.
And then,
so it's.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but at the end of the event, didn't y'all just open up the fence and let people go out?
We did.
On
we
Evers,
did.
so
we opened up several places, and leaving was
leaving was easier.
But just everybody leaving at once, it still took a few minutes to get them out. But it's going to happen no matter what.
In other words, I didn't have to go back to Evers and Poss. I could go out Evers to my house.
They held us up going out it was terrible.
Yeah, it was.
A lost child, but nobody knew that.
Right.
I got out pretty quickly, so that was my experience.
And this year we're going to add more entry and exit points this year. That's one of the things that after action we came back from.
And are you going to, is there a certain count of people that you're allowing? So they were shoulder to shoulder with people more than any other.
I can tell you, I don't know about that. That might be in their perception, but we weren't to the point where the fire marshal was sitting back there.
No.
If he would have, that's his job. You want to come up and talk about that? Because I keep the peace. He decides who comes and goes.
Any room,
Yeah,
I think.
I was over by the tennis courts, and we had a lot of clear space over there.
Yeah.
We were monitoring it very closely, and we have we have a lot of personnel to monitor that. The fire code, incidentally, says you're supposed to have a crowd manager for every 1,000 people, and our firefighters are there, our police officer there. They are there to assist in an evacuation, and all that's in our plan too. If we have to take out panels and things like that, and we can certainly find different ways to mark the exits better. We had an idea from Ms. Chasen about extending some PVC, like an arch over the exits with signage. I know there's just some big glow-in-the-dark exit signs that may work really well.
Sure.
So we'll certainly look into that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Cassie.
I was just wondering, Ms. Frederick, if the state of Texas or City of Leon Valley or whoever has laws about time limits on grandfathering, if that's legal here. I've lived places where it is, so I know that's come up a few times in a few of the meetings.
It's legal, but it's just up to council to amend the code in places where they want to have a grandfathering clause in there.
Okay.
And at this point, I believe some areas of the code, as far as zoning is concerned, has a grandfathering clause. As I believe, I can't remember.
Signage.
Where the use changed, but people who were there before the use changed were grandfathered in, as long as they don't change the use of what they're doing presently. If they ever change the use, then they're no longer grandfathered in. That's an example of what we have in the code right now. I've probably seen most of the code than anybody else, but I don't know it by heart, so I can't really say in all the places where there is a grandfathering clause, but, it's totally up to council to determine what part of the code they want to amend to include that.
So just as an example, because there's the change of use grandfathering, but then I've also lived places where they put where they would accept like a new part of a fire code or a building code, and they would grandfather in old places for a certain amount of years, so that then they would have time to save up to fix whatever the problem is.
I
don't know,
believe
just
Chief
something to think
talked about a grandfathering clause that's in the fire code for a couple of things, Chief.
Well, almost everything. Everything,
yeah.
yeah, that's what he said.
As long as the use does
Yeah.
not change.
Uh-huh.
And just like Denise said,
Right.
as long as the use doesn't change, then they're conforming. A great example of that is Leon Valley Elementary School. Leon Valley Elementary School is not a sprinklered building. If it were built today's standards, it would require a sprinkler system. As long as they don't change anything, they don't have to put a sprinkler system in it.
Certain percentage of construction change.
Right, or a certain percentage of construction that does change, or if they were to move out. I'm sorry. The school? It was 1970s, 70, 71.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the original building on Van Buren.
Oh.
Oh, that's even.
I don't know, and that's not sprinklered either. That's old. Yeah.
If that bond money can't be used to put sprinklers in the schools, that's pitiful.
So just so you know, ma'am, we've been working on this, and I'm glad you because I agree with you, and we have actually got it to be presented on the bond. So if the bond passes for NISD, then Leon Valley Elementary School will get a retrofitted fire sprinkler system.
Oh, that's great.
Mhm.
That's great.
And it'll be the first school to get that done. That's pretty cool.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Cassie, you're on the zoning commission, and we're going through a, what do you call it, an update. Nina's doing it. Maybe y'all could look through it and recommend some grandfathering
Okay. Yeah, I was
areas.
just wondering.
I don't know.
Because I know some states you can only do grandfathering for change of use, and some states you're allowed to put like an actual like year time limit on it. So even if they don't
I don't
change the
know.
use, they have to update or sign.
Mhm.
Like you can even do it on design standards. So
Yeah.
I was just wondering if that was a thing in Texas, or just we hadn't got around to it yet.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, those are good questions because I want to know too.
San Antonio passed an ordinance that allows the retrofitting of fire sprinklers in senior living apartment complexes, and they've given them 10 years.
10
to do
years.
that, to retrofit
Yeah.
the sprinkler systems.
Sure.
So we were able to get Christian Village done without making a change to code, just through encouragement.
Right.
But
right.
but they did not have to. So
Right. Very
Have
good.
they completed it already?
it's
Currently?
about 75% complete.
Okay. Very good. All right. Excellent meeting. Y'all want to go home? No, we want to stay. Okay. If there's no objection, then we move to adjourn at 11 minutes after 10 on March the 6th. Y'all take care. Have a happy spring break, and we'll see you back here on March the 20th. Good evening. Well, it's just the longer the meeting go, and I'm using my throat. But I'm tired.
See, that's what I was saying when we're talking about grandfathering, about the aquarium.
Well, I